And that's us. Hello, everyone. It's us. Hello, everyone. Welcome to your weekly Dungeons and Dragons stream full of excitement, energy, and a little bit of making fun of our friends. My name is David.
We never do that.
And I will be your DM. And diving right into it, let's introduce our lovely crew of people. Starting with, of course, the lovely player of Magnus. Melissa, how was your week?
Hey everyone, going okay, was hot and also quiet, which is right up my alley. Yeah, it's low-key, it was nice.
Low-key's always a good way to go. Riley.
Hi, my fridge was broken. At work, my beer fridge broke, and I was very sad for 5 days during this sweltering heat. And it doesn't help beer sales when, your beer's not cold.
Yeah, so it wasn't just you sad. Everyone was sad.
Everyone was sad. I had a lot of people come up to me, you know what the best kind of beer is, right? Cold beer. And I'm like, so can I get a 50% off discount because it's not cold? No.
It's like, what do you do when you buy a 6-pack from the rest of the floor? Like,
not like you're just gonna take it home and put it in the fridge or anything.
Did you see Ryan's music or message?
No. I definitely can do that.
I liked the music. I thought it was nice.
Well, then let's jump right to Ryan, who is playing Foxglove. Foxglove and Ryan, how was your week?
Oh, not too bad. Today was very tiring. I decided to change the lights in my kitchen and spent all afternoon doing that.
Are they just look good now?
Oh, yeah. It looks beautiful.
It's a good start then. And then our last on our list, with the sounds of motorcycles and pickup trucks in the background, showing your true Alberta heritage, Quill, who is played by Mac. How was your week?
Yeah, sorry about that.
So
close that window. I'm going to boil to death. I'm already boiling to death. But no, it was a good week. At our we had a buddy that we used to play Overwatch with for like 6 hours a night that is up from Texas. We've known for a while, so we all met him for the first time in person, and he's been a sweet lad. So we've all had a good time with that. So it's been a good week for that. Can't go wrong. And then I also, as for what I usually show in the week, I made a Gundam. But it has multiple fingers, so I made it give the finger. So
why not?
It just flips me off on my desk all day.
Beautiful.
I just like the idea of it just melting and it's just doing this as it's going down.
Heck yeah.
Well, with everyone's wonderful weeks out of the way.
What about yours?
Yeah, you're one of us.
I'm not going to let you. I'm going to ruin your transition. Don't worry. That's what I'm here for.
My week was good. We are getting ready to go camping next weekend, so I will be coming back just in time to be exhausted, which will be great. I'm going to be sunburned to all hell and back. Yes, I will live in the quality of my people and burn like a roasted tomato. But so yeah, a lot of prep for that. And now, because you've already ruined one transition, let's just jump straight into
Critical Role. Wait, sorry.
our next one. So where we last left our players, you were agreeing to be taken in by the Lord Mage of the lands, Magnus, who had agreed to take you back to his keep for a safe place to stay, which was where our scene will open, on the open ocean.
So are we on the boat with Magnus?
You are. So you find yourselves on a wonderful Viking longship is the best way to compare it. This is a very similar style, nice, long. You've got a row of people on either side that are helping maintain the ship, but it's a little bit wider than you would expect from what those who understood the Vikings would have known to have been a Viking longship. still has the carved masthead, and a beautiful set of deep, rich purple sails, kind of indicative of Magnus's wealth within the kingdom. But one thing that's very noticeable is the ship itself is very, very, very old. This is, even a cursory glance could tell you that this has spent many, many years on the seas and has been well cared for and well kept. Even as you get on and you're brought aboard in the docks, and you're getting ready to sea, you notice that Magnus is very hands-on with this longship. He's able to check the ropes. He's able to look over things. He's very much going over and manually inspecting the elements as he goes along. And as you board and they push off and they head out to seas, they seat the masthead itself and they actually open up the sails and you start to cast out into the open ocean. Now you find yourselves gently sailing away from Havborg. And as you do sail out into the bay, you see the island off to the distance that you'd seen when you first were coming in begin to grow larger and larger as you pass. Now you have some time. It's just
So Magnus,
yes.
was that your original given name?
Yes.
Or was it something you adopted to fit your role?
The name is somewhat ironic, isn't it? But yes, that is the name I was born with.
So you're Mage Magnus.
I am Mage Magnus Ironson. My father saw it early.
Magi Magnus.
Yeah. It's my people have a belief, or had, I suppose, might be more fitting in these times, that when you are born, for that brief moment, the gods give upon your parents an opportunity to see who you will become. And in that, your name is settled. And you will find a lot of people have names very befitting of who they are.
We've been learning about metaphors, as Dern is currently a shade of silver you've never seen before, with having one hand on the side of the ship and the other head over, puking. This is the first time Dern has ever been on the sea.
Does Dern puke rainbows?
It's a mess. It's very colorful and definitely there's frost intermixed in there, things like that. It's not a pretty sight.
Agnes is behind you, just like patting your back and offers you a good berry.
Dern just sees food and just the color gets sicker as it kind of goes up. I don't know what is silver and green mixed together.
Probably just a metallic, pearlescent green, if anything.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's kind of like that is what is happening to his face.
You were saying something, Ryan.
So what would parents naming their kid Steve mean?
Well, I would suppose that the name has no real meaning in our language. Maybe they looked forward and saw that they would need a name truly unique and befitting of them as people.
See, hear that, Steve? You're truly unique.
I forgot your
he goes. He goes visible and does a couple of laps around the ship and then goes back invisible.
So, Mr. Agnes, where are your people from?
Did you just call him Agnes?
No, I called him Mr. Agnes. It's M. Agnes, Mr. Agnes.
Did you two just get married?
He has kind of a chuckle at this, and he looks and he goes, "Well, my people are from around here. This is where I came long before Havborg existed. We used to roam these seas pretty prominently. The seas, the rivers, they were all our domain."
Oh, are you native to this plane?
Yes.
Dern, looking up, goes, "We haven't met too many from this plane."
Dern, point away.
And you can see him kind of like look over the side as you're like puking, and he's like, "That paint is older than you are, but okay." Like you can, it's like it's not something he said, but it's like written on his face. Like,
Oh yeah, no.
he's not mad. He's just like, oh, "I've made a terrible mistake."
I had to go check and see if I had prestidigitation. I do not.
I walk up to Magnus. And I go, so I got a bit of a question for you.
Of course.
So back home in the water, there's like this guy, and he's got like really long arm and legs, like really long and spindly, and like a creepy kind of human-like face. But like he's really friendly, and I'm curious if you have those here too in the water.
No, mostly fish. At one point a kraken, but that was an accident.
It's no longer here, right? Just to confirm.
No. A long time ago, the people that had to put up with the kraken decided they did not want to put up with it anymore. The people of Havborg ate well for months after that.
And there's not like baby krakens anywhere.
None that have bothered us so far. No.
I've had the same thing with zucchini. We ended up with way too much zucchini, and then you just everything has zucchini in it, and you get tired of it.
It's like
Please.
tomatoes.
Please, no more talk of food.
Oh, here, Dern. Don't
Yes.
resist.
Don't resist what?
I throw a sleep spell at Dern.
Dern does not resist. He is out. Thwomp.
Just like how I imagine this taking place is Dern goes, "Resist what?" and it gets like hit and just straight back in the middle of the ship. And there's like two guys who are like helping hold a line that like look down as Dern is now like down. They're like, "Well, that's not going to be easy to get around."
Step over him.
Is there someplace we can drag him to? He won't be in the way.
You think any of us are gonna be able to drag Dern?
In his plate mail.
Yeah. Well, no, there's no decks really. It's literally just like think of like a giant canoe, effectively. There's like spaces where they like somebody like pulls out a blanket and like kind of covers over Dern, so he's not like just left roasting in the sun. But it's more of a like they all look at him, they go, "We can't move that." And now they're just like casually stepping over him as they have to like do things.
Oh man.
We make the best first impressions.
I think as long as you don't hurt him, you'll be fine. And with the amount of armor that he has, you should be fine just walking across him.
Can confirm he's really good with having people kind of climb on him.
There you go. See?
Yeah. Do you have any other questions for Magnus on your guys' trip? Now you've got basically unfettered access to him. So
can we see his butt?
No.
Okay. You said unfettered. I was just checking the limits here.
So slightly fettered.
So there's some fettering
by social norms.
Okay, so I'm
trying to remember if this was from last session that you said this, but like, so you've been around a long time then.
Yes.
A really long time.
Longer than most, yes.
Do you have family? That's a long time.
Well, my clan, I suppose. We don't consider. Thank you for the sub, Riley. We don't consider family the same way we find that most people do, where it's so limited in its very basic state. I still have my clan, who's been around for a long time, and I'm still active in. And I've had family from that clan come and go, but it depends what you mean.
And sorry.
No, you go.
Oh, I was gonna say. And how do you feel about the people in White Summer?
Oh,
Do you
I'm
think
sure.
they're a threat?
No, if they were a threat, they would have shown so already.
So why do they think they're a threat?
The young often consider what they don't understand scary. When you were a child, did not fire terrify you?
Oh no. But
Oh,
after I burnt down the outhouse, I wasn't allowed to play with it anymore.
that's probably for the best. But, or the dark. Many fear the dark.
No.
And
That's where I find all of the frogs. They like coming out at night, and if you wander down past the little creek, sometimes you can find bullfrogs, and they're bigger. You see, they you got to hold them in both hands versus the little tree. But you
I
see,
don't like the
now
big
I have
frogs.
to really talk to the frogs. My friend here, he does not have good history with frogs, on account of the frog outside of my tent, which is his familiar's brother, tried to eat him. So
you
that was
have
not a good frog.
lived quite an interesting life already, and I'm
I
excited to
think
know
I
more.
I think part of it comes down to the mushrooms that she eats.
Good for you.
Many mushrooms are, I
So,
hope.
Magnus,
Yes.
you did say you've been around for a long time. Were you alive before the rekindled started showing up?
For a very long time. The rekindled, we first made contact, oh, probably 120 years ago. Would have been our first contact with the same realm, but before the rekindled were there, we thought the land was uninhabited and had planned to set up a station in there. And when we eventually made it back, as time does, we found that there was an entire community that had arrived. And you had such a fascinating lives that you all experienced prior to your arrival here and after your arrival.
Hmm.
So we're supposed to go deal with these people, but if they're not a big problem, then why are we going there?
There are many types of problems. There are problems you can move away, and problems that must be solved. It depends on how you define a problem, really. But for us, uh, the problem lies not in necessarily the people, but what the people represent. An idea, if you could, for some.
Okay.
Also, there's many ways of dealing with people.
Hmm.
Well, true, but do they need to be dealt with? Is that like a thing going?
Well, I feel like eventually everyone needs to be dealt with one way or another. And
Nice.
I've,
I checked that.
yeah, for sure.
It's not something Agnes is really.
I
Hmm.
think he's using dealt with as in interacted with.
I want to know on a dirty 20. I want to know what dealt with means when he's talking about this.
Magnus views from your insight from a dirty 20, you can tell that Magnus kind of views people as more of a mild inconvenience, something that has to be interacted with. Social interaction is a necessity, not something he desires. So for him, the concept of interaction and dealing with people is just that. He has to put up with interactions. And you can tell, like, he also means like eventually sometimes people need to be like offed, like that's pretty clear from his tone, that there's all kinds of different ways you must put up with people. But in this case, he's very much just talking about like you eventually have to engage with people.
I really don't trust this guy. So
It's fair. Yeah.
Well, why don't you ask Magnus where babies come from? And I back away really quickly.
Well, I already know the answer to that, so I think I'm okay. Like I live with, and I kind of turn to you and I go, I live with giants for like a year, and giants don't really have like a very good like sensor. So like you'd just be like wandering through the woods and they would be doing their thing. So I've been told, because I ask a lot of questions, and this was the one time I regretted asking a question. He kind of just looks on into the sky with just terror in his eyes for a second. He snaps back.
Every good character has some kind of trauma in their back.
That is
Might
that's
not be
Quill's only trauma is that he saw two giants.
I can imagine the nightmares that might cause.
It was the size of me. Just kidding.
And moving right along.
Anything else?
Quill's like, do you have like a fireplace?
I have several.
More than one?
Well, yes. How else will my guests stay warm?
He is very rich.
Are you rich?
Well, if I had lived this long and not acquired wealth, I feel like I might have wasted my life.
Or spent it really well.
That's true. Quill just kind of goes, that's a good point. Okay. I don't know what else to say on this ship to this guy.
This is a spot to make up for all the questions you guys maybe didn't get a chance to ask. So
yeah, I'm gonna look. You're sleeping, Dirt. You can't do shit.
I know. I was going to say, Dirt's knocked out at the moment. He can't ask shit.
I'm gonna turn back to you and I go, Charlotte, I think the one lady liked me, but no one else liked me. So you were kind of right about that.
Our queen
But
has.
Dern seems to like you.
Well, I meant like the people in the court. Dern's like a good friend.
The queen admires individuals with insight that view the world as it truly is, not as they wish it to be made. And I feel like you present that quite well.
She seemed to be the only one in the room that didn't have a stick up her bum.
The queen is the true descendant of her ancestors in not just a blood ties way, but in a way that is truly embodying of where she came from.
Where did she come from?
Well, I mean, from the line of succession. Her father was, of course, king before, and her mother was very special. We were lucky to have gotten to meet her, and both of them passed away far too early.
What happened
Was there
to them?
Yeah.
And he's got this look on his face where it's like he's clearly upset. It's probably the first like real emotion you've seen cross his face in the entire time you've seen him. And almost plainly he goes, "Lost at sea."
I like being that we're on water, kind of take Lou out and kind of like hold him to my chest and go, that is very unfortunate, and I hope that does not happen to us.
There's very few vessels that come from Hemlig that are lost at sea.
Steve, if we get lost at sea, you're to make sure that Lou doesn't drown. There you go. Steve's on it.
Oh, that's very appreciative. Thank you, Steve. I'm sorry I attacked you last time.
Was that
He says it was good training.
Lost at Sea, was that before or after the Kraken?
Long after. It would have been his grandmother that dealt with the Kraken.
Can you give me the exact year?
And you can see like there's kind of almost a look of confusion. And like you realize for the first time he's actually not sure what year it is. Like all of your passive insights, you would make it very clear that like there's kind of this like blending of time, and he's like,
Was it before or after the incident?
The Kraken or the ship being lost at sea?
When they were lost at sea.
It was after. And And he kind of looks around at the people that are like there, and he goes, "She was special, and if it had been too long before, I feel we may never have gotten to meet her."
So,
This is like all of you can tell he's very clearly trying to like say something without the rest of the crew being fully aware of what he's saying.
like, okay, so why the rest of them got stick up the butt? Like, they didn't seem like they wanted to have any fun.
There are those who acquire wealth for the sole purpose of acquiring wealth. And eventually those people become powerful. And time passes as time is wont to do, and well, unfortunately, they hit a certain point where money became more important than lives, and more important than, as you said, fun.
Interesting. So, like, I don't really care about money. It's just kind of a thing. So, like, I should like do a class, like teach a class for them, or like the importance of life over money.
I would very much appreciate that.
Well, if everything works out over here, I'll come back and I'll do like a 1 day class.
Would full on attend that seminar.
Right?
Everybody needs to have a stuffed animal who's the best friend, who's actually a dragon. It can be anything. You get like a deer, and then you got to find yourself a really big friend that you can like hang on the back of.
Dern's changing the slideshow.
Yeah. You never need food if you can make your own berries. So learning magic's a good part. Like there's just the 3 steps to being
Equals happy.
What I think is the last question from me, but did the people from White Summer, did they ever have they come to him? Have they come out of the forest at all, like since the incident? Do they have any interactions with the city?
There have been people that have left White Summer and come here. No rekindled, though. Mostly people who survived the incident itself.
Okay, so not everybody in White Summer is a rekindled.
Well, I would imagine by now, anyone left would have to be.
Why?
Just there was, and he's kind of like he's trying to decide how much to tell you. He's not hiding it in any way, shape, or form. It's very obvious, and he's like, well, the incident at White Summer, the cataclysm, as those with a touch of dramaticism may call it, it was, I believe, and he looks again around, an accident, a case of hubris, maybe would be the best word. And the lands around have become quite dangerous. I think what
So-
most of you don't understand is just how strong you truly are.
Whose hubris was it a result of?
More than likely, and I have only fragments of reports to go off of, it was some rekindled who sought a way home and, through a lack of understanding, triggered a series of events that were far beyond any of our expectations. And I personally believe that they didn't mean to, but people don't always mean to do harm. And as a result, everything happened the way it did. And there's no common person who may still successfully live in those lands. Or if they are, they've chosen to live there for a long time in those conditions. And I wonder if they are truly them anymore.
So You said that there were some people who came out.
Mm-hmm.
Were they still the same people, or were they changed?
They were traumatized, and I don't believe anyone who could go through such an event truly is themselves anymore. So changed would be an accurate phrase, but they were still
Not
humans or orcs in some cases, but mostly
not like magically altered.
not that any of us would have noticed. So I don't believe so. I feel any who were that close probably perished in the incident itself.
Any chance you've got some leeway to get us something to ride to get us there fast? Because we only got a week.
Well, I figured a good night's rest may be owed to you and yours, and then I will allow my crew to take you as far as the fort. No farther is really achievable without going on foot, and I doubt even the bravest of my crew would be willing to traverse any rivers that do remain.
Sorry, I said it was going to be my last question, but I thought of a new one.
Okay?
Why us? Callahan said the message you would choose you decided where to send the summons, and it showed up with us in the grove with Fox and me. Why
I still
us?
say it was closer to you.
Well, you can say whatever you want, but I think my perception's better than yours. So, um, why us?
I didn't get eaten by a big frog.
Well,
You're welcome.
Callahan and his kind are strong of sensibility, and the letter was rather simply intended for those who may the most easily solve this problem. I would imagine you must have a kindness about you, or a strength of character that is missing from others of the womb
See,
that
I
has
told you it
presented
was
itself
you.
to you. So that would be why you.
I see. So no pressure. Got it. Awesome. Would you like mushrooms?
No, I'm good, but thank you.
Okay, I make a really good stew though. I can make dinner tonight. It's going to be amazing. I just got a fresh batch from Tim.
We shall see.
Also, my friend might have a concussion. Do you happen to have like a healer?
Are you talking like Dern specifically?
Yeah, Dern just going.
Well, no, that would be that he would be asleep.
I'm sure he's fine.
Just once the spell wears off, he'll be right as rain, as they say.
See, he's not puking anymore.
I like that. That's how Dern sleeps. Me, 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 me.
Although, yeah,
Large
that
inhale.
And
that
so,
bubble coming out of his nose might not be normal.
the ship sails on. The island gets larger, and as you come into port, you notice it's a very nice port, but it's very apparent as you come closer. It was originally designed for larger ships. So there are very very long docks that have then been added onto to create a marina of sorts. As you pull in, there is a large ferry that is docked at the harbor, and there's a collection of incredibly opulent yachts that are kind of docked alongside. Just in from the harbor itself, there's a collection of small towns or of small houses and communities, very much similar to the way you saw before, where there is kind of a present longhouse, a collection of residences, and then like a small collection of um, like services built along the edges, but they're not grouped together. They're kind of like slightly away from each other. The ship pulls into dock. You're kind of walked onto the docks, and then back onto shore. The shore here is very much this. This is not a town that people come to live regularly. You can tell it's a very transient town. The people that are here seem to be moving in and out, and it's mostly service related to the docks themselves. So you see a lot of attendants that are like milling about and maintaining ships and checking things. You see people that are running small repair shops. You are seeing people that are running kind of like general like warehousing style elements. And then there's a collection of what almost looks like people that are set up to like provide servants' clothes. So these are probably people that serve a purpose of like general service towards individuals. As you step off the boat and kind of through these communities, you notice these people aren't as wary of you. They kind of look at you, they look at Magnus, and they're waving at him as if they know him personally. He waves back at them. He's very, very cordial with them.
I'm also going to wave back at people that are waving at us.
And these people seem very friendly. They're a lot more welcoming than what you dealt with in Havborg. Here it's almost exclusively that humans that seem to live on this island. There's a couple of like half orcs running around. There's like collections of children playing in the streets, and they're running from one community to the other, and they're very much like interacting with each other like you expect children to do. This feels more like a home, even if it does have that almost transient nature to it, as you can tell that nothing seems to be necessarily permanent. It's a very like open area, and there's like music playing you can hear, and this feels like a genuine small town.
Dern is now awake and just large yawn as it's kind of across the kind of field, and just kind of looking around. And Magnus, this seems like a different city entirely.
I mean, it is. This is Bysore Island.
But I mean, in the stature and feeling. If you recall, I was asleep for a while.
It's no different than going from like Toronto to like Edmonton.
That's not an unfair comparison.
Yeah, it feels like it's like almost a completely different set of people. Even although you're saying it's a transient town, like it feels like it would be almost like, hey, BC to Alberta.
Yeah. So a lot of the people here are very like there's just it seems like a genuine community that's present here. They're very like it's just a lot more relaxed. Magnus goes, well yes, these people I have no concern of the ongoing import of looking and feeling important, and they have no need to be wary of the island and of people coming and going. The island itself acts as a great barrier, and to land here would be very brazen and suicidal.
So, is this your clan's home?
Yes, actually, my clan settled here before Havborg was founded, and we've lived on this island for it must be going on 5 centuries now.
Hold on, like you've been living for 5 centuries?
Not quite.
How old are you?
Not that long.
It's like I'm like technically 4 years old. So like, how old are you?
Well, there's probably a few years I've lost along the way, but by my count, my spirit has been on this land for 490 years, give or take.
Wow.
Dern just goes, what?
Oh, so you're a youngin.
And I look back to you and I go, what?
Well, I mean, compared to most Fae, yes, I would be very young.
Dern looking between the both of them, just going, what?
I kind of like get close to Dern and go, this, so like, and I just kind of like can't finish my thought.
I feel the same way Quill.
You races live like just the blink of an eye, and
Dern has an
at
existential
this
crisis.
at that comment, Magnus gets almost sad. At the like blink of an eye comment, there's almost like a sorrow that settles on his face, and it's gone. Like just as soon as it's like a mask that he puts back on. In that moment, like you caught him off guard.
yeah,
Do we all see this, or is
It's like in the same way he hasn't really tried to hide anything. This is the first time you can see that he's like actively now like concealing his emotions.
Yeah, this is really the first time I've made friends with the brief races.
Oh, I didn't think you called us his friends.
Well, I mean, we did save him from a frog.
Apparently, that is enough to make a friend.
Well, she's my friend,
Aaron, you've
and
made
you're
friends
her
with
friend.
much less.
So yeah, so she's my friend because she saved me from a frog, and you're her friend, so by extension, you're now my friends. I think that's how it works.
Plus, we know, guys, you're all friends with Tim.
And we're on an adventure now, so
it's like the most stern the fox has been the whole time. We're on an adventure. I love it.
Magnus leads you out of this town kind of as you guys are chatting. And as you walk up the as you walk up out of the town, you kind of get into like foothills. So the island itself, it's like you notice there's like sharp cliffs, and it's basically a giant mountain that's like sticking out. And then you're kind of in like the only noticeable bay area where it's like it slopes down. So as you kind of like progress up the path, you move away from this community and you find yourself wandering past a collection of estates. So these are large stone structure homes, big areas set aside, and they're walled off from each other. And they're all kind of constructed. They're opulent, like that much is apparent as you kind of wander through the street that kind of divides them. They're opulent, but they're all built very similar to that fortress that you entered, that was being used as a meeting hall. So they're round. There's obvious places for defenses, and you notice the defenses don't just point down the hill; they point at the other houses.
What?
So these people, even from here, like Durin, especially with what training you had, these people don't trust each other. They're rich, they're very very large houses, but these houses specifically up on the kind of the mountainside, they're very much like like every house looks like it's trying to one up the next.
So was there like a clear distinction on like the feel of the town as we got up the hill?
These aren't even in the town. Like as you kind of like entered through the space, there was like the collection of little communities that made up the town around the harbor. There was a noticeable gap that was created, and like it's not even like it's not so subtle that the gap was intentional. And then as you kind of end up in this community, and it's like there's no community, there's no people, there's no children playing, there's no the sounds of music. You can hear fountains running, you can hear the sounds of things happening, animals that are very clearly being contained inside the spaces. Even as you're walking by and you can see over some of the walls, as you get higher, you can see very exotic animals that have been very much in some cases mutilated to keep them from being able to escape those spaces.
I think Dern will kind of go, these are different people than the town, then, Magnus.
These are not people of the town. These are, well, you've already met them.
Dern kind of stops and looks at one of them and goes, they feel almost out of place as the animals they keep. And just keeps that remark to himself, but he says it out loud to the group.
This island was not always a pleasure palace. And he says the word with disdain. Like there's clear venom built into that. He goes, this was not a space of opulence. This used to be somewhere people came to work. And well, when we no longer needed it for that purpose, being isolated from those that they consider common became more important than staying away from those who work.
Does not like this area, and it's he just shakes his head at this place and goes, "How far to your keep?"
Not far now. And as you kind of walk up, you pass out of this row of estates, and you enter to the mountain itself. There's a cave tunnel, and you enter into the cave. And as you walk along, there's little glittering stones that form almost, it looks like artificial stars. Agnes, you recognize some of these are actual constellations that have been carefully arranged into the ceiling as you go along, and it just stops.
I feel
You
like
kind
Agnes would get a little distracted and like pull out one of the smaller scrolls of her star charts and like compare it and add a few dots.
so as you kind of toddle about, actually, Agnes, how well do you know? Like how much has she studied the stars?
Uh, Hours. It's any clear night. She'll spend at least a couple hours with her star charts.
Can you give me a knowledge check with advantage? So on an 18, oh, that's an intelligence save.
Oh, that is an intelligence save. That's the wrong button. And when you say knowledge,
Um, how do I do this? I'm pulling a 5. I'm pulling a 3.5 on myself here.
yeah, you are.
That's definitely not the role I meant.
Intelligence check.
Yeah,
History, intelligence.
we'll do it as a we'll do it as a history check.
Or nature.
Or yeah, no, nature's probably actually better. As I'm thinking about looking at the skills, what would be most applicable? Let's do nature. So on a natural 20, which will be a 22 when all is said and done, you clearly recognize this is a picture perfect replica of the stars that you would see over here. So much so one could actually navigate by them.
Interesting. And as she's kind of comparing and making a little bit, it's like, this is stunning. How long did this take you?
It was not me. It was a gift from a dear friend. One last passing gift.
Well, that's even more amazing that a deer made that.
Somebody being able to remember it with this accuracy. I've never seen anything like it. It's beautiful.
Turns to Foxglove and goes, "How do they pick up the stones with their hooves?"
As you reach the end of this kind of like celestial tunnel, shall we call it, you reach the end, and there is a large, perfectly carved stone circle that has an indent that pulls out, and 4 stone pillars seem to have like just sprouted out from the earth and jammed themselves into it. As Magnus approaches, he holds up a hand. He gives a couple of waves. He's clearly doing something with magic. And then when he stops, he closes his fist, and you see series of runes light up in various colors across all of the pillars, and then they recess away, pulling back into the stonework around.
Do any of us recognize the runes?
They're very similar to the runes that Agnes would have seen on the arcane gate when you guys came through. They're in the same like kind of language. They're not like traditional runes. You can tell it's basically spells that have been carved into them, but they're in a language you could almost read. It's almost common, but it's done with a different alphabet.
It's like a different dialect of common.
It is a different dialect of common. It is Herum, is the language.
As he's doing this and as I recognize the runes, I'd say, Are you and your clan responsible for the gates then?
And as he's kind of like standing there for a moment, and you watch as that center stone starts to recess almost perfectly flush into the circular door and begin to rotate away, Magnus goes, "I am responsible for the gates."
Oh.
Cool.
And so you watch this stone roll out of the way into the wall, and as it disappears, the entirety of the circle around is perfectly smooth, as if there was never a door there in the first place. And he welcomes you in. This is the keep of Magnus Ironson. So,
Wow.
inside, as he kind of leads you in very freely, there's a large circular room. There is a wood you do not recognize that makes up the floors, and the way it's designed, you would assume you're inside some kind of stone tower where it was all carved instantaneously out of a single piece of stone.
Sorry, did you say instantaneously?
Instantaneously. It's perfect, like it's butter smooth. As if it wasn't built, it wasn't carved out with tools. This was like just basically somebody reached in, carved a perfect hole, and just pulled the center of this out.
Wow.
It's
Okay.
In other words, a wizard did it.
yeah. This is a work of incredible magic that went into this. And as you kind of walk through, in the middle of the room is a stone circle that has 7 pieces of arcanium carved into it. You immediately recognize this as being very similar to the arcane gates you've seen before, but it's rough. This was carved by hand with tools. And it's seated in the floor, and you can, as you get closer, you can see the floor was built around it. So this was the centerpiece of this room at one point and was the only thing in here. There are 2 staircases that wrap up kind of in a grand staircase fashion up to a second floor that you can see there's a balcony. And then to your, hold on, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. There's a warm ambient light, as if there were sunlight pouring in while you're inside.
It's not sunlight.
But it's not sunlight. It's warm as though it were sunlight, but it's almost it's unnatural. You can tell that it's very much a magical effect that's creating this.
Does it match the amount of light there was outside when we came in, or is it uniquely bright to this room?
It's uniquely bright. It's almost like a perfect summer's day
Okay.
inside this room, in terms of brightness. To your left, you can see an arched doorway that leads to a very large sitting room. You can kind of see like chairs. So it's actually, the ground has been recessed, and then there's like seating, like cushions that have been laid out in the inside of the circle.
Like a 70s living room.
Very much like a 70s like living room. There's even a fireplace in the middle that's like, as soon as you walk the door, it snaps to life.
Is this where we're staying, or are we continuing on?
Well, this room specifically you won't be staying, but this is Magnus's keep. This is where you will spend the night.
In this moment, are we going to be talking and hanging out in this room?
You're welcome to. He's going to leave you in a moment here.
Okay.
So yeah, you see left arched doorway, the sitting room. The right, there's a dining hall. Straight ahead of you, there is a set of heavy oak doors that are mostly shut. But if you squint and turn your head just right, you can make out that there's some sort of den in that space. Upstairs, you can see a couple of doors, like a door that's very noticeable at the top of the stairs, and you can see like there's stuff that leads out from there, like there's other rooms and things that are up there. Magnus looks at you and he goes, "Please forgive me for a moment. I just need a chance to relax." And he takes 2 steps, and in a cloud of mist, he disappears.
Oh.
I really want to learn how to do that. That was pretty fun. I don't know if anybody else, but it seems kind of weird that like everything seems really old here, and like he's really old, but like he's very
He's
nonchalant.
not that old.
Well, that's compared to okay, sure, but like that's like comparing like a banana to a stone.
I mean, I'm only a bit older than him.
And how
I'm
old
500
is a bit?
I'm 562. Steve's the old one. He was born in the 60s.
60s of what?
Like as like the Earth calendar. 60.
So he's not that old then, right?
No,
No,
he's like almost 2,000 years old.
Like 60 as in
like
I
60.
get it.
0060.
We'll have to figure out how he got into this line of work. This is his retirement plan.
Wait a minute, is Steve a rekindle?
No, Steve is a sprite.
like McDonald's
I have-
Sprite or regular Sprite?
I have questions. Oh,
I guess Dern starts to look around the room they're in and goes, "We have been left to our own devices in a very beautiful place."
the last time we were in was it a wizard's hut? Whose house were we in that it was full of ingredients? And we were like,
Yeah.
don't touch it.
Yeah. I would recommend avoiding touching the magical circle.
Fair.
Is there a reason for this?
Bad things happen when you touch magical circles that you don't know what they do.
I want to
we
go
know what
look
it
at the
does.
magical circle.
You
Yeah,
want
I'm
to
gonna
what,
go to
sorry?
the magical circle too. He didn't tell us not to touch it.
I would like to. I've got 10 minutes. I would like to ritually cast detect magic and inspect the circle.
Okay. So your 10 minutes pass. Go ahead, Dern, really quick.
Dern's gonna just quickly he's gonna kind of drop all of his heavy stuff because they're guests in this house. And he's gonna find a place to lay it down nicely and probably take off at least the breastplate of his armor because God, that shit's heavy. And he's gonna start kind of exploring. They weren't told no to go anywhere, and there's been no rooms that we haven't been told to go to, like a certain automaton a while ago.
I'm gonna look to Dern going exploring, and then look back to the magic circle, then back to Dern, and I'm gonna roll a d20 here. Tell me which one I'm choosing. It's an 18. All right, we're going with Dern,
Yes.
which is probably for the better because Quill was gonna stand on that circle.
Whereas Agnes is gonna sit like in front of the roughly hewn keypad.
So there is no keypad for this one.
No.
There's no keypad for this one.
I'm so excited. Okay. I've got no. Melissa has no chill.
So
yeah.
I'm going to stay with Aggie.
Okay.
But Steve is going to stay invisible and go with the other two.
Okay. So we'll do the other two first while Agnes casts. So where do you go first, Dern?
So just refresh me a little bit. Like there was like a pathway I could go to the right.
So left is a basically a giant sitting room.
Yeah.
To the right is a dining room.
Okay.
There is a set of doors in front of you that look like an office or a den that has been left somewhat open. And then there's 2 flights of grand stairs that go up the sides of the walls and lead to a second story.
I think Dern's gonna go to the second story and noticing that Quill's following and goes, "Let's take a quick look around. We were told not to go upstairs last time. We can go upstairs this time."
So as you head up the stairs, there's a hallway on both sides and a door in the middle. To the left, you see 8 doors, 4 aside. They're opened. They're just left open, and you can kind of tell they almost look like guest quarters from where you are. You can, as you look to the right, there is a pair of doors, and you're pretty sure you hear running water coming from one of them. Maybe a fountain, maybe a wash bay, you don't really know. In the center, there is a a central set of doors. Behind you overlooks the foyer that you just came in through. And then there's a set of very large, heavy oak doors that are in a perfect circle, with a set of like brass doorknobs on it.
Dern's going to approach the door because, I mean, Dern's very curious at this point, and he's going to knock gently on the doors first, see if anybody responds.
When you knock on the doors, they sound solid, like solid.
Dern tries to open the door.
As you touch the doorknob, it like as you kind of reach for the doorknob just moves out of your way.
And he's like, "Not going in there. Got it."
No. Hold on a second here.
Oh,
We'll go and catch the doorknob.
okay. You approach
go.
it from the left. I approach it from the right, and we both
You
try.
go. Exactly. You gotta grab it. When it moves, I'll go to grab it.
Okay.
Roll me a dexterity check. both of you.
18, baby.
Dexterity. Woo-hoo. 6.
It's a good thing he went first. He went first. I specifically said he went first, so he's gonna make it move, and I got an 18 to grab it.
Hold on.
So does Dern know what dexterity is?
With a 10, he knows it helps him move.
I feel like he's used to having to be agile when he's wearing all his heavy armor, but he's taken it all off, and so he just drastically overestimates how much he has to move.
So yeah, so like Dern goes to like reach for the door and just like slams his hand into it, and as Quill goes to jump, you grab onto the doorknob and it moves to the very, very top, taking you with it.
I'm holding on.
Yeah, and it sits there, it just holds you there.
I'm gonna turn the knob.
It doesn't turn.
It doesn't turn.
It doesn't turn.
So it's not a knob.
It's not. It looks like a doorknob, but it doesn't move. It like, now that you're like close up and you're looking at it, it almost looks like it's just one solid piece of brass.
Hold on. This is annoyed Quill. 1 second, please.
Hang in there, kitty.
Just wait till you get to the laser pointer.
Fuck. Okay. How tall is this door?
It's like, I think about 10 feet. The door's pretty tall up.
Oh, so that's fall damage if I fall. I'm gonna
Well,
go.
the door would be 10 feet, right? You're hanging from the
I'm
top
only,
of it.
I'm only.
Yeah,
4 feet,
you're like
Yeah,
the
so you've
bottom
only
of your
dropped
feet are like
6.
6 feet. Yeah.
so that's fall damage.
I would say that there's not in this case. Like, you'd be able to catch yourself pretty easily.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have a panic moment because I don't know what's going on and I'm frustrated. I go, Dern, please put your shoulders below my feet.
Dern puts his back to it, so then he can just put his feet on.
I'm gonna, in the most innocent use of this term, climb Dern like a tree.
So now you're standing on top of Dern's shoulders.
Yes.
And then are you like just climbing down off of
Yes.
him, or are you stay? Okay. So yeah. As you climb down and like you both step away from the doorknob just returns to where it was.
Does it give a little wiggle at the end just to kind of like?
It's mocking you. Like, you know, the doorknob is clearly mocking you, but it settles in, pulls over, and just stops.
Methinks this is not going to work out on this door, at least. Shall we explore one of the other areas?
I am so annoyed. Quill is like, I'll be back for you, and continues on his way. I want to go. That was the big door at the end of the hallway?
That's the, like, as you come up the stairs, it's like the centerpiece of the room.
Okay. I want to open the door on the left in the middle.
So going down the left-hand side, I want to make sure I'm getting my sides right.
You always got to get the right sides. Like, if you want mashed potatoes and you get salad, it's just a bad idea.
So yeah, you're going to the left. So there's 2 doors on the left. There is, or sorry, yeah, to the left there's the 4 doors, or 8 doors down each side, so 4 per side. Where there's just like they're not closed, they're just guest bedrooms. Specifically, as you approach them, you poke your head in. You find that the rooms appear to be physically larger than they should be from like looking at the outside proportions and then like looking in. Like they don't seem to line up with what you're looking at. And then as you kind of like enter, there is so the first door as you're heading down, the one on the left, and you walk in. There is a fireplace on the right hand side, like on the right hand wall, and then there's a desk opposite of that. There's a king sized bed that is against the center back wall, farthest from the doorway. And then there is 2 what appears to be windows on either side of this bed. And there is warm light, like what you just saw downstairs, kind of filtering in, but you can see no sunlight whatsoever.
Dern pokes his head and goes, "Huh, it's bigger on the inside."
When you get in, there's 2 bedside tables, and there is a rune carved into each of them, like at the kind of the front of them, and like there's a circle around it, and then a rune carved.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's in the room.
Okay, and that's it. Like nothing weird or wild or.
Nope. They look like very comfortable beds.
How Quill kind of stands back and kind of walks out and notices the size difference and goes, I don't like this.
Dern is, I don't know how to feel exactly, but it's magic, all right. That's for Sortain. I tried to mix for sure and for certain. That was really weird.
Yep, Sortain.
That was for Sortain.
For Sortain.
For Sortain. For certain. It's. I haven't met many mages in my life, Quill. The magic always seems to amaze me.
It's very cool, but it's also kind of scary. Because, like, what if you're in the room and then the room gets smaller instead of larger? And then, like, you're really cooped up and you can't get out? And what do you do then?
Dern has a concerned look on his face when he actually kind of realizes, like, yeah, that is actually a concern. Dern goes, well, hopefully, we are treated hospitably. Oh my goodness, blah, 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 blah. Apparently, my tongue is not working tonight.
I'll give you one last piece of information. We're going to jump back to Agnes. As you look down the rooms, they're all mirrored on each other. So they're the exact same room. They're just mirrored back to back, like the fireplace shares a single chimney.
Can I notice if the fire is flickering in the exact same way on each of them?
No, it's not. It's like a legit fire that's burning.
Okay, so it's not physically mirrored.
No, it's
if they're in one, Dern's gonna smell it in the other.
Yeah, so it's the like it's a different room, but it's styled like the same room down. Like somebody almost like copied and pasted it the whole way down.
Ah, I see. We're playing on Minecraft.
I was going to say
Minecraft. They're not mirrored, right? They don't have mirrors all over it.
They share the same chimney. Are they? Do they share the same fireplace opening? Like, can you see through it if you wanted to?
No. So it's a backing. So the fireplace would effectively like hourglass up into a single chimney. Yeah.
I wanted secret.
Way to pass notes.
Passing through. Just over the fire. Fire's fine.
Diagonally.
Moving back to Agnes. So Agnes, you've spent your time ritually casting Detect Magic.
Yes.
What you find when you've finished is a myriad of magical auras are built into this gateway. So whereas the first one was a kind of a deep yellow that was set into the stone, and then everything else kind of irradiated off of that, this is a literal rainbow of magical auras that almost seem to swirl from the base and up to the top, and then as they go out, it's like a web extends outwards, and you see it punch through the wall. Roll me another nature check.
So sorry, I was chasing a sneeze there for a second.
It's all good.
1 moment. Nature. You got
Yeah.
it. 15.
So on a 15, and taking into account your 20 that you registered before, your nat 20, you can trace these, and navigating the same way by the stars, you see a single thread that follows along, and you're pretty sure if you followed that thread 100%, it would take you back to the womb, to where you left from.
Okay.
There's about 40, give or take, of these threads as it spirals up and then shoots out. That are like, they're not equally spread out. They're pointed in distances. Like you can see, they're clearly in certain directions. Some of them are like a little bit down. Some of them are up. It's following something.
I think Agnes would spend time starting to line up the colors with her star chart, and would like, if I'm able to, I would like go back and forth for the 10 minutes I've got going between the star chart on the wall and the circle to see what she can connect with those.
So with 100% certainty in those 10 minutes, you know which one leads to the womb, to Gordsby when you arrived, and you're pretty sure, judging from that, you figured out which one leads to White Summer.
Okay.
But the rest of them lead tons of other places. You're not quite sure where all of them might go.
Okay.
So this is the hub for the gate system.
This is the original.
I love it here. Okay.
Ooh. I think at this time, Durin and Quill have probably come back downstairs.
You come down to Agnes with her glasses, like down on the bottom of her nose, with like charts all over the ground, and she's just like walking back and forth, muttering to herself.
Durin just kind of goes, it's good to have Agnes back. And just kind of looks around and goes, Quill, we haven't gone this way yet. Towards the big den kind of open room.
But well, there was a kitchen too, wasn't there?
There's a dining room.
It's a dining room, not like a, okay, so no actual food in there.
So I turn to Agnes, and they're easily distracted by shiny objects, aren't they?
It's literally on my character sheet.
So Dern, to kind of give you a rundown as you explore this main level. So the sitting room is, again, it's a large sunken circle in the middle of the room. And it's like old cushions. They're clearly meant to sit on the floor, kind of thing, are kind of on the inside of it. And there's a fire, a beautifully crafted like stone fire pit in the center, which is a light. It's got a big warm fire burning in it. That's letting off a lot of heat and light into the room. Across the room from where you came in, there are built into the wall, which is this, the walls here are like straight until they reach the end, and then it's curved. There is a beautiful wood bar that's lined with various liquors and stuff on that wall, and glasses of all shapes and sizes.
I guess what Dern is kind of looking for haphazardly is books.
There's none in this room. This room's clearly meant to sit and entertain. As you kind of like look back, I missed a detail and I don't want to forget it. There is, over the door you came in, there's a large painting, and it is a setting sun that is setting over a large battle that is taking place.
Ooh, Dern takes immediate kind of notice to that and kind of wants to get a little bit more detail on that.
Okay, roll me a investigation.
You got it. Investigation. Is this button? Oh, come on.
It's sure a battle. It's a battle. I will give you this. With Dern's natural affinity for battle, you can tell that the battle is almost over. This painting is painted at the end of the victory of one of the sides.
Dern focuses probably for far too long on this one.
And Quill, did you follow Dern into this room? Do you have anything you want to see about this, or did you go somewhere else?
I went to the dining room.
To the dining room? Okay. So the dining hall is a single large table that fills the middle of the room. It could easily seat 20 people. So there's 9 down each side and then 1 on either end.
Are there doors anywhere that might lead to a kitchen?
No. So this room is isolated on its own.
I'm gonna sit at the table.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. Finish your description, then I'll sit aside what I do.
Okay. So there's a purple table runner on it. There is a plate and a set of kitchen utensils crafted of silver at every single placement. This is 100% immaculate and like perfect. And again, you don't see anywhere that you could expect somebody to bring food from, and it also doesn't look like this room has been used in a long time.
I'm gonna sit at one of the plates, and I'm gonna kind of stare at it for a second, and I'm gonna go, food.
There's a sensation almost like somebody's standing behind you. And a napkin is placed. It's like you didn't see it come from anywhere. It just kind of materializes and is placed down, but there's no food presented.
I'm gonna go, breakfast.
Nothing happens.
You go, eggs. I'm gonna say, thank you.
The napkin's picked up and disappears.
I'm gonna say, food.
The napkin is placed back in front of you.
Fuck me. Guys, get ready for 2 hours of this. Hold on. Quills just like sees this, does it a couple more times, and then okay, the napkin's back, and he's like getting frustrated. He's like, food, and he says food again with the napkin out.
Nothing happens.
He's gonna go, lunch, dinner.
So I just want to make sure I'm confirming. Are you just staring at the napkin sitting on the plate?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I think I might have it.
I'm gonna go get Dern. Totally not metagaming here.
As you leave the room, the napkin disappears.
I'm gonna like run out and grab Dern and go, Dern, you gotta come see this. And I'm gonna bring Dern back to the thing, and I'm gonna sit him down.
Battle scene.
And I'm gonna sit beside him, and I'm gonna be like, food.
So are you both sitting at the table?
Yeah, Dern is now sitting beside.
Same effect. The napkin is placed now in front of both of you.
Dern takes the napkin and puts it on his lap.
As you do, your plate fills with food.
Dern takes his fork and knife and goes, well, paladin manners have taught me enough.
Which fork?
Quill is just staring at you like you're a god. I like take the napkin and just kind of like tuck it partially here.
This is when Quill learns the manners of a dragon.
Yeah. There's no manners. Do I get food?
Do you follow the same action?
Yeah, I put it on here.
Yeah. So yeah, as you tuck it in and kind of neatly and tidily, your plate fills with food, and it's delicious. Like it's like really good.
Magnus Foxglove.
It's good.
Here's the problem, guys. Who knows that we should be eating this and we're all about to die. But yeah, I go like with a mouthful of food along Dern go. So he calls him and I go, I should buy some food.
I'm fine. Thank you. Agnes like pops a couple good berries and just keeps working. She sits down for another 10 minutes and keeps going.
Okay.
I imagine she's not going to learn too much more, but she's hyper focused at this point.
Okay. Foxglove, what are you up to?
I go and join them.
Okay. Do you go through the whole same ritual and
Yeah, and you also notice that the setting beside me, it gets a little napkin, and then like the napkin is like pulled off the side of the plate.
Okay. As you
as
sit and eat.
Steve's,
Oh, go ahead.
as Steve like takes a napkin that's bigger than him.
Yeah, so you as you guys are sitting, Magnus, again, cloud of mist appears and it kind of walks and goes, "Oh good, you figured it out." And he sits down kind of like at the end with you guys. Grabs the napkin, tucks it in onto his lap kind of neatly, and just dives in. He goes, "What do you think? I've been experimenting with this recipe and I finally think I've got it tasting good because, well, for the last forever, when I first started doing this, it was the most bland and boring food you'd ever eaten. But how does it taste?"
Dern's plate is empty. Like, it is empty. And he's just like, well, it could have used a touch more spice, but I quite enjoyed that.
I will keep that in mind.
Cool's face is just like fully just stuffed, and he kind of looks over and goes, "I smell good." He kind of like wipes his face, and he's like, "Is there like dessert or anything?"
If you'd like, and like just a piece of chocolate cake. Like the plate, it cleans itself, and then cake forms.
Quill's going to look at the chocolate and go, "I can't eat chocolate. Is there anything else for dessert?"
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. And it's replaced by a cheesecake.
I think cats can eat everything in cheesecake.
Yeah, they can.
Cool. I go, "That is fantastic. Thank you."
It's good. It's not as good as my mom's pies.
Wow, there's nothing quite like a mother's home cooking.
Careful, Dirge.
She
Don't want
ma-
to get a piece of your mom's pie.
She makes the best schnozberry pies.
All right, we don't want to get copyright claimed here.
The worst problem is hunting down the schnozberries, the snozzes, to get their berries.
Ew.
From downstairs, you're never gonna believe this, and there's like running and running and running, and a tripping sound. Thump. Oh,
Well, it's on the main
back
floor,
down.
so it would have been like on the
it's on
same
the main
level as
floor.
you guys. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So you're never gonna believe this, guys. Did you know that the gate it's connected by the stars, and I found the way back to the womb and over to White Summer, and it's really cool. Magnus, it's just incredible. And oh, Magnus, I've been trying to figure out this one string over here. Would you mind?
Which one?
She's like full on eating. She's just like sitting down beside him.
Wait, so there's a gate in the womb? Why do we have to go somewhere else to get to a different gate?
Well, we went to the gate at the womb, right? We
That's not
used
in
that.
the womb.
Well, the womb is more of a region than a city.
That's not true. Is it?
I mean, it's a sprawling metropolis.
Okay.
It's like one of those. It's like one of those areas where it's the city is named it, but also the area that's named it.
The Greater Toronto area.
Yeah.
I was thinking of this place I heard of called New York. That's also in New York.
Ah, yes.
I haven't quite been able to figure this one out though.
Which one?
Well, this one here with this funny little rune that looks like an upside down U and like a tree coming off the bottom. I just don't know which one that is.
Ooh, upside down U, that's an N.
Thank you, Fox.
And he kind of looks at it and he studies and he like traces out your line, and he goes, "Oh, I believe that one. I think that one leads probably to the Elven kingdoms, if I had to guess."
Oh, that's amazing. This is incredible. I've charted stars for years and never seen anything so seamless.
It's a great degree of happenstance and wonder that went into it. My, if you may pardon the borrowed phrase from Earth, I believe it was called, my Magnus opum, if you would.
Wait, so he's from Earth?
No, but he's dealt with enough people from
Yeah.
from the womb.
I was thinking, and forgive me if I'm being too blunt, or that sometimes I come across a little strong, but that was quite the gift. Was it from her?
Who?
The queen.
No. And like at this moment, like, it's almost like he relaxes as he says no. He goes, no, 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 no. It was her ancestor, Johann. It was a final piece of the well, as part of his ascension to the throne, and the time we spent together. It was a parting gift between friends.
You have a lot of really incredible stories. Is
I've
there any of these lines that, I mean, not that I want to leave, but are there any of these lines that go to other places?
roll me an insight check because that will determine how I answer this.
10.
Okay. So at a 10, he kind of stiffens. Not enough that like he seems cold, but he goes, "No. These only work on this plane."
Well, they're incredible. I'm really, really, really curious about how they all work, but seems rude. You're all eating. Um, maybe later. And she starts rolling up her scrolls.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Dern just waiting for this conversation to end before he asks his question, because I just realized Dern was out during the boat ride, so he couldn't ask his questions that he was kind of curious about. Dern, as he's cutting into this soft, velvety chocolate cake, looks up and goes, "You seem to know a lot of people from places worlds abound, and we are no strangers to the idea of different planes and existences. But do you know of a plane called Eberron?"
And he pauses and he thinks. He goes, "I feel as though I've heard it told in passing. Another world in, oh, what did they call it? The forgotten something.
Forgotten Realms.
You fucker.
It's a different plane of existence inside there, from a book that they played a game from. I've heard of it. I'm not familiar with it though."
I could teach you if you want.
Dern kind of scrunches his nose a little bit at that and goes, "It's not a game. It is
No.
where I'm from."
But Dern, some of the best stories are based in reality. So I mean, don't worry.
I have come to the conclusion that the rekindled come from places where maybe our world is considered as a game to them, a different reality. There is a degree of crossover between them that happens. A reality where things bleed I'm told. For example, I have been often told that my gates remind people of something called a stargate. And I believe this is one of those crossover effects. And a great Lord Gygax may have had intervention with our realm and been influenced the same way. It's
I've heard of this. Something to do with with like major events causing ripples across realities.
yes, I believe that's a fair comparison. One of the faiths, such as yourself, may have encountered such events where there are moments in time where reality connects in ways that we did not previously expect.
Dern nods slowly to this. He doesn't. Dern doesn't like the idea of his world being a game, I think. And he still kind of scrunches his nose, and he was hoping to find something, and it seemed like this would be the place that might have something. Literature or something about my world.
And he stops and he thinks for a moment. And in the most moment of clarity you've seen, he kind of bristles, and he's no longer the kind of aged man you saw, but you see like a gleam of youthfulness on his face, and he goes, "May I ask you for trust without judgment?"
Dern pauses and nods his head at the table as he cuts into another slice of the chocolate cake and brings it up to his mouth.
He stands from the table.
I'll judge.
He stands from the table and he goes, "Well, then maybe perhaps it's time that we have a bit of true, honest exchange. A bit of good faith for good faith. You've placed a lot of trust in me, the four of you. Perhaps I will return that favor."
That would be preferable.
And he pulls from his coat, like inside his robes, he pulls out, and you see it's a metal medallion that is very old. It has the wings of a raven wrapped around the head of a wolf, carved into it. There is a piece of wood that's like it has lived and been maintained very long, with a thread of leather and a piece of arcanium hanging off of it that is dead and gone. There's no energy left in it, but like it's still clearly a piece of arcanium. And there's what looks to be a key, but the more you look at it, the more the actual bit of the key that would fit into a lock doesn't, your eyes can't focus on it. It's as if it doesn't really sit still and it's changing constantly. He goes, "If you would follow me."
Dern quickly eats the rest of the chocolate cake and stands up, dabbing his mouth.
The rest of you, of course, are welcome. And he leads you upstairs to the door.
And Dern also takes his fork and steals a bite of Quill's cheesecake on his way out.
Hey, don't you do that.
Are the rest of you coming with?
Yes.
Okay.
I like begrudgingly quickly shove another piece into my mouth and move along.
So he climbs the stairs rather slowly. This is the first time he's looked old, like truly old to you, as he's kind of gone. He stands in front of the door and he places the key against it. As he does, places against where the knob is, a keyhole forms. He inserts, he turns, and the knob seems to almost like loosen, and he turns the handle.
This is the one with the
Quill.
Wait, what does he do?
As he pulls the key that he'd shown earlier and puts it towards the knob, a keyhole literally forms. He puts it in, turns it, and the doorknob becomes an actual knob.
I go, I go, I guess that would be a lot easier than like catching the doorknob and riding it to the roof.
Much.
We presume he knew that we tried to do this.
He very much did. So he opens the door, and there's a small set of stairs that leads you a little bit further up. It's like almost a half story up. The walls are lined with books.
Oh.
You realize a lot of these are old, and a lot of them are spell books. They're not his spell books, but there's collections of spell books that line the walls. There are columns that break up the bookshelves, which appear to have what look like stone carvings of a vaguely human shape as a large jutting out. They're wrapped in chains, and they're like very vague, but they have what looks like hands that are holding a golden ring inlaid with 7 rubies. There are 8 of these spread around the room.
Oh.
Can I touch one?
You can touch them.
Can I open it?
No. But Magnus goes, you can try.
I'm gonna.
And it
grab
feels
one.
like a threat.
like a mean-spirited threat, or like a
Like if you can try and open it, but you probably will not survive the experience.
Oh.
I think Dern goes, maybe not. And just kind of puts his hand on Quill.
It's that warning threat threshold thing.
Like a parent that you're like, I want to touch the oven, and they go, you shouldn't, and you like, I'm going to touch it, and they go, you can, and you'll only do it once. It's that kind of tone. In the center of the room, there is a glade. There's that same kind of sunlight that's filtering through, but it's a lot gentler. Like it's coming through.
There's a glade?
A glade.
Like the glade scented.
Like a little basically like the floor of a forested area.
in the room.
In the middle of the room. It's like there's like literally you can see bees that float like to the edge of the glade and they just disappear. So there's light trickling in from the. Let me describe it before you start asking your questions. Light trickles in as though that's coming through a forest ceiling, like through the canopy of trees. This actually smells like it's outdoors. There is flowers and grass and gentle sounds. You can hear birds chirping. None of this, though, is the first thing you notice about the glade. Laid perfectly in the middle is an elven woman lying as though she were taking a nap.
Is she dead?
Magnus doesn't answer your question immediately. His eyes are like to the opposite end of the room. There's another flight of like a small like 4 stairs at the end. There's a high-backed wooden chair, and there's a corpse wearing the exact same robes Magnus is wearing, and there is a knife through its left wrist.
And we notice this?
Oh, there's no hiding it.
Is that yours?
Hold
Yes.
on. Does it look like Magnus's face?
It like that used to be Magnus.
I jump back and draw my sword instantly at the sight of this.
He looks at you, and it's like he kind of goes and goes, I would recommend putting that down. There's a couple more pieces. Let me go through.
Okay.
At the base of the stairs that lead up, there are 2 glass pedestals. In one is a bag. In the other is what appears to be a deck of playing cards.
Don't do this to James.
Having seen all this, you guys look up, and suspended from the ceiling above where the body of Magnus is a perfect glass orb that has a book lying in it that is wrapped in all kinds of chains, and there's the faint glowing edges of various glyphs of warding that are built into them.
You guys hear those alarms going off in the background?
Is that the alarms going off in And
Yes.
so he like, as you pull out your sword and everything, he goes, "You'll have no need for that."
I go,
Um,
are you the real Magnus?
I am.
Then why is your dad over there?
Well, there's. Do you remember the conversation we had about a ship of Theseus?
Yes.
What makes a man a man? Is it a body, or is it the soul?
Dern turns to Magnus and goes, "You are a lich."
No. And he looks up at the book. He goes, "Thought about it, but thought better."
Thought of just casually, just yeah, maybe.
You don't live this long without getting a little, well, frazzled. Might
Yeah.
be a good word.
He thought, liches get bitches, but it turns out liches get stitches, so he decided not to do it.
Speaking of
And,
bitches, I'm going to put my bag down on the ground and slowly approach the glade.
You notice he gets really tense. Like he's like looking at you like this could go poorly.
I just put up my hand slightly. I'm like, I won't enter it. I'm just curious. And I thought she. Forgive me again. I'm making an assumption, but I thought she was lost at sea?
This is, and he kind of stops. He goes, "No, Queen Lena's mother is a rekindled. This is my wife."
Oh.
And
Quill,
and
with his sword drawn, kind of under his breath, goes,
Was your wife?
no, somewhere her spirit remains unbound from this body. But
So-
There are so many questions.
I still got my sword drawn, and I kind of look over to the body and I go,
It has your face, though.
So is it similar to what's happened with you?
no, I'm my body is a clone. That's, and he gestures to the sarcophaguses around. He goes, "Old age eventually becomes something you can surpass." But, and he looks at like where the body is, and he's like, "Long
Some
life
form
comes with a cost."
some form of transference?
It's rather simple. Might be underselling it. Spell. It's, well, when
You
you're
don't-
young and foolish, you don't listen, and I didn't listen, and it's powerful necromantic energy taken to do this. But I've managed to do it this long, and it was all it cost me was my own hubris.
So, hold on here. So you're not killing anybody to get a new body?
No, I just myself. And
Quill's gonna put down his sword and go kind of cautiously over to Dern.
What happened to your wife?
I happened to my wife. We, I suppose, happened to each other.
What does that
I was
mean?
a human man who fell in love with somebody whose life would be forever longer than mine. But I thought I found a secret to match her years. And I did. But I was tricked. And I got what I wanted, the ability to live as long as she did,
Or longer?
or longer. We both could have lived forever, happy. But the cruelty was the knowledge cost her soul. And I was not made aware of those conditions before it happened.
That's Quill kind of like relaxes and goes, "That's very sad. Is there like a monster that did this?"
It was a fiend. I was tricked by an old bookseller who promised me, and he gestures to the book above. He goes, "The secret to a very long life."
That sounds like a lie. I don't like liars. Have you found him again since you last saw him?
And he looks out the door, and you can see from where he's standing, he can see the gate. And he goes, "No."
The bookseller or the fiend?
The fiend was the bookseller. It was a disguise.
I
So-
understand your lifelong journey now, friend.
I say we kill it.
As strong as you are, maybe in the future we can discuss that. But for now, to try would surely mean your death. I couldn't now if I wanted to, and I could easily deal with the four of you. I doubt very much you could deal with him.
Do you know his name?
No. I've tried to find it. And he gestures to all of the books.
Yeah.
And he goes, I've searched, and I did the same thing those at White Summer did, and tried to punch a hole between realities. I was lucky. My accident was the discovery of one of the most amazing pieces of instantaneous travel the lands of Naylore have ever known. I suspect when those from White Summer did it, they did not have access to as much arcanium as I do, and the consequences were far more dire.
So perhaps the incident was related to this fiend?
I wouldn't be surprised if he tried the same trick twice. Bit of chaos was always his goal, from what I understand. But it was not likely. It was an act of desperation. What would you give to go home?
Yes, but acts of desperation are what fiends feed on.
I would believe that perhaps he suggested it. The chaos wrought by it, the deaths that were brought by attempting to open a portal between two planes using the Arcanium gates was devastating. I created the network by accident. Most of the points that exist are predetermined. And most. You can artificially add to it, but there are points that exist where reality becomes thin. And I've used those to create gates in the past. The womb is a great example. I knew there was a reason we had to set up an outpost there, but I never truly understood. And it wasn't until we discovered the womb that I began to piece it together and had the first gate built there outside of our immediate trade network.
Was the gate built before the rekindled?
Oh, yes. Or the one in the womb? No. No.
Okay.
That was long after.
But your first gate was before.
Was built before, yes.
So could your gate network be somehow causing the rekindled?
No, I don't think so. This location is where all Arcanium comes from. Not here specifically, but deep under this mountain. All Arcanium that exists there. I have a theory that this is actually a great meteor that struck these lands long ago and created the bay that we now exist on, but I have no proof of that. other than the fact that I believe Arcanium is not of this plane.
I think Dern just soaking everything in, taking a look at everything. Looks to Magnus and goes, "You opened your heart greatly to us. Not a feat done by many easily. Thank you."
If I'd proven wrong about you, I simply could have cleaned the mess up myself.
I don't like all these like thinly veiled threats. They're kind of killing the vibe here.
It's a truth. Nothing more, nothing less.
I mean, sure, it's technically I could kill and eat Agnes if I wanted to, but it's not like I'm going to tell her I can do that.
Well, if somebody decided to tell you that they were going to take Lou, I think your reaction might be similar in intent to Magnus's impression of us in an obviously very important place.
I would appreciate if this stays between us. You are the first to set foot here in about 4 centuries.
Dern nods.
So why us?
I had a good feeling.
Interesting.
I don't have them often.
Dern smiles and goes, "You've trusted us, and you've given us the biggest bargaining chip you could have ever given anybody."
He kind of laughs in an almost inhuman way. It's the first time that you kind of get an idea, and he goes, I want to make sure I'm abundantly clear. And by no means is this considered a threat for posterity's sake. I don't need to boaster and puff out my chest. But should you attempt to ever use this as a bargaining chip, make no mistake. I will burn you and everyone you love to the ground. This is my life's work. And I trust you. I truly do. I truly would never want to harm you. But this is an exceptionally private moment. I would go to lengths that most cannot comprehend to ensure stays private.
Dern nods his head and apologizes. "I did not mean it as that. I will not betray your trust."
I appreciate it.
Agnes is gonna she's still looking at the glade. She's not stepping foot on it, but she's just watching it. And from inside, she kind of takes a step back and starts rummaging through her bag and pulls out a little clump of dried lavender, and there's a little sprig of dried mistletoe attached into it. And she just kind of looks over at Magnus and asks, "May I?"
And he cautiously goes, "You may."
And very gingerly, she takes very gingerly, she's going to place the little bundle about a foot back from his wife's feet on the ground.
Hmm.
And she takes a step back.
And he kind of smiles and he goes, now you understand. Maybe not fully, but enough. And he kind of gently looks around and he goes, but it'll be getting late. May I offer you a place to stay and access to everything else I have to offer for the night? And he kind of looks around the room and he kind of like waves his hand around, and a book comes to him, and it's old and faded, and all it says is Notes of Eberron. And these are handwritten notes that somebody somewhere has written. Welcome back. Somebody's written, and it's incomplete, and it's gibberish. Not completely gibberish, but it's it's somebody quickly writing and kind of like jotting notes down as he goes.
What did I miss? You started threatening us.
And it was a misspeak by Dern. It was he was trying to say you trusted us with like something major kind of thing like that, and Dern made it sound like, oh, you gave us like a piece that we could blackmail you with. It wasn't what he was trying to say. Definitely not what he was trying to say.
I
Agnes,
DM know that, but
Dern misspoke. And Agnes laid a piece of mistletoe near the elf.
Okie doke.
And then a book of notes on Eberron has been given to Dern by the sounds of it.
It's handwritten notes, and a lot of it is stuff that you, having come from Eberron, would know. And out of game, Riley would know that this looks like somebody's note somebody has been writing to run a campaign in Eberron. It is a collection of handwritten, jotted down like notes and ideas, but it does contain like bits of DM knowledge. So there's a little bit of like overarching, but it's fragmented and it's shorthanded, and it's not really necessarily super useful per se, unless you've got somebody who would understand what a lot of the shorthand means.
So what you're saying is Dern's world doesn't exist in
It might. The idea being that Magnus believes, at least, that the universes that exist have points of contact where they bleed through and create
ideas or similarities.
Yeah.
History becomes myth. Myth becomes
It's less that his world is based on a game than that the game is based on his world.
Yeah.
Or so Magnus would believe.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
I think Dern accepts this book or these notes, these writings, and thanks profusely. And again, thanks him for his vulnerability.
He leads you guys out of the room, locks the door. And you can see the light has started to like dim. It's almost like a twilight that is now cascading in through here. So it's as though night is starting to settle outside of the world. And he goes, I believe it would be best if we all retired for the night. And tomorrow, I send you on your way so that you may complete the Queen's mission for you.
Dern nods and thanks again, and slowly heads off to one of the rooms, one of the many rooms.
You guys can pick your rooms. And with that, Magnus retires to his own for the night, and we are going to take a break.
Break time.
Break time.
Bada.
So I'm going to send you guys over to break. We'll see you all in 10 minutes, chat. That's the one I want. I'm sure Quill will be right back. But we return to our our party having rested the night. You have taken the time to relax and enjoy that little bit of space and time, and to kind of get settled, and to think about what you've learned. I'm going to go around. I'm going to give you guys quick a chance to give your thoughts. I'm going to start with Foxglove.
So, yeah, I'm kind of curious as to like the link between like his dimensional stuff and the rekindled, where this fiend fits into the world, if he's still around causing problems.
We'll have to find out.
And yeah, sort of like how everything involves with the background of the incident, and what exactly happened to his wife.
Riley and Dern.
Dern, when he retires, everybody's like saying goodnight and stuff to each other. You realize he left his bag downstairs. Dern goes running downstairs after everybody's doors are shut and stuff like that. Grabs his bag, doesn't go straight up to his room. He goes to the den and finds a suitable alcohol and sits down and thinks for quite a while about everything and what he would do in a situation similar.
Hmm.
I think is the way how Dern is approaching it.
Okay. Quill.
Please ask the question again.
As Quill went to bed for the night, what did Quill think about everything he learned?
Quill's just talking to Lou, and he's like, this show went from being like a really cool thing to like kind of a weird thing to it's kind of getting like to a scary point. And Quill just kind of goes on and explains that like he's not sure where to stand with all this, because like, this guy's going through his trauma and he's going through all this stuff, and he doesn't know what the point of them being there is now, because he's been told different things by multiple people, and now there's this whole other world of stuff going on. He doesn't know what to do with that information, because his brain is simple and he just wants simple answers. He's not getting them, and he doesn't know what to do. So he's very confused right now, and anxious, because everything is not nice and neat. Because every other time we've done stuff, it's been fairly like, hey, here's what you're looking to do, what you're looking to find, what you're going to go do. Or we were in control in some way or another. Quill doesn't feel like he is in any way in control.
That's fair. That's very fair. And for last, Agnes. How does Agnes feel about everything?
Agnes is sad. Deeply, deeply sad. She is going to spend the first portion of the evening sitting outside the door, which she can't open. Kind of with her back against the wall or the balcony, whatever it is, across from it, speaking in Sylvan to the door, kind of talking out loud as if she was talking to her, saying that she's sorry that this happened to her, and that realizing that she was kind of going down the wrong path before, and kind of inferring that the stars were hers, and just kind of talking to her about things that matter in the lines and how it must be terrible to be lost from someone who obviously cares for you so deeply, and just kind of talking out loud.
Okay. The
So
night.
you, sorry, you just probably just hear Dern just open the door. You hear clack, 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 and then you hear like a bottle downstairs.
And of course, it's Agnes. So at some point, there's going to be a like, well, I once read a fairy tale about people who could travel. They could travel anywhere. And my friend Foxglove, he can travel all over the place. He delivers messages. Maybe he could help deliver a message. And then I'll go off to bed.
The night passes without incident. You wake in the morning, and Magnus has laid out a spread of food on the table. This time without any puzzle necessary to solve it, just a good collection of breakfast foods for all of you. He lets you finish your breakfast, lets you make your morning preparations. And then he smiles almost softly. And it looks not unnatural, but like it hasn't been there in a while. Like it's a genuine smile, not a smile of like politeness, but a smile that's genuine and true. After you're ready and you're packed, he walks you down to the docks and sees you on your way.
We'll be seeing you again soon.
I'm sure you will. And he pulls out a small slip of paper, well crafted, and he folds it and he hands it to you, Agnes. And he goes, "Should you find yourself in need of a safe haven, give me a ring," I believe is what they used to say. And it's the address for the gate in his den.
I will keep that very safe.
Magnus, do you have any anyone that you used to know who was a rekindled who lived in White Summer?
I know a few.
Who might still be there, who we could contact?
There was a young man who sang quickly and rapidly, and I believe he was a bard, and I believe he would regularly insult people with rapid words. There was a name for his type of music, but for some reason I can't remember it. His name was James Orville. He was eclectic. Do you have something to add?
Don't mind us. We're over here dying. It's fine.
I feel like I'm missing something. So.
He might still be there. He had a very leadership element to himself. And he was quite fond of White Summer. So I believe you may be able to find him. I hope he is well. But other than that, those who I knew who went there returned before before we really lost contact and before we shut down the gate. Benny went elsewhere in the worlds before we suggested everyone remove their stones to make the gates work.
Okay. Well, we will try and look up this rapid insulter.
I suggest it. Yeah, and he stands kind of at the edge of the boat and goes, "Unless you need anything else."
I just I am curious about why we can't just take the line that's working over to take the gate, but that's okay. It's fine. No gate. That's okay. We'll walk. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Dern, as looking at the boat, pulls out from his bag that he just bought from a merchant nearby a root of like a ginger root, and just takes a giant bite of it and swallows it down and goes, "I was told this works," and he boards the boat.
I could always spell you again.
I'd rather not sleep. I'm
Great.
done. I know I can fight this boat.
Please don't fight the boat. We're on the boat.
I'll fight the boat.
We
So
won't fight your boat.
I'm
Magnus.
sure it would win.
I believe you would win the boat. It's gonna be okay. Come on.
You depart from the island, and it is a short sail till you find yourself traveling up the river. And as you travel further inland, kind of trailing along the river, so you enter the mouth about here, and you sail along. Oops. And it takes probably the entire journey takes about 4 hours. You notice the ship moves quite rapidly, like it was entirely meant for this. Specifically, even like the way it maneuvers and everything. As you get into like shallower waters or spots where they can't move, with practiced ease, the crew take down the sail, pull out oars, and they oar themselves, like they row themselves through spaces until they find that they're open again to replace the sail and continue on. Before arriving at this bridge. Now, the bridge itself is rather uninteresting. It's a stone bridge. How does Dern's Constitution do?
Dern's okay. He's a little queasy, but he's not throwing up this time.
A little green around the scales.
A little green around the scales, but he's doing okay. For the chat, I just rolled a Constitution check as we were traveling along. Got a 14 on both, so I'm saying that Dern's okay. The ginger's definitely helping as he's just slowly munching on a ginger root.
Just the whole ginger root. Oh.
The whole ginger root.
So the bridge itself is a stonework bridge. And the bridge looks fairly old, like it had been here for a while. But there is what appears to be a haphazard fort that has been built around the bridge. The southern bank is a collection of stables. There is like a guard post. There's just a collection of like kind of like general receiving things, spaces for you to like set things up. There's also what appears to be almost like an office building that has been constructed, but you notice this space very much lacks the way you've seen spaces constructed before with those longhouses and communities built around. This is a purely military installation. It has no real purpose as people. On the northern side of the shore, there is a collection of 2 towers that have been built out of stone. They're probably about 10 stories tall, and they're topped with ballistas. So they're pointed out towards the forest in the distance. As you pull in your ship, there's docks basically on both sides. One that leads up to where that like kind of receiving area is, and one that leads up directly into the fort. Your ship does not dock at the side where most people look like they lead in and then cross the bridge. You dock at the side that's directly connected to the fort. Kind of a bonus of being on the Lord Mage's ship is you get a dock wherever you want. It's granted, and like as they pull in, the ship is treated with great reverence. So it's almost like it's the ship itself that is given permission to dock, not you. You just happen to get it as extension for being on it.
Right.
Kind of as expected.
Yeah. So you are led up a set of stairs up the bank, and then you are into kind of the fort space. So As you're facing north, the two towers are left and right. So the left tower itself, the base is very like barracks constructed. Like you can see there's training grounds built around it. There is people that are milling about and like doing various like soldierly duties. There's people that are training. There's people that are like cleaning and preparing things. The right tower is maintained as very much like an office structure. So you can see like a lot more officers walking around. And you see a lot of what you saw before with the guards last time, where they are all wearing the same uniform, but it's the medallion that holds their cloaks together that are different. These depict both their clan and the mercenary clan that they or mercenary company that they belong to.
Okay.
As you're kind of led up, there's this is where like there's a great deal of diversity. There's both humans and orcs pretty much in equal number here. The only real difference that you notice is most of the humans are carrying either axes or spears. The orcs pretty much are like sword and shield the whole way through.
Oh, really?
There's a bit of divergence, like you see the odd like particularly large guy that's carrying like a straight up like two-handed maul, but for the most part, like they're divided out almost like that. Like that's just kind of the units that they would be the most comfortable using in battle.
Right.
As you're led up, you see a shorter man heading up to you, and he's talking in what is almost common. It's close enough that you can hear most of the words, and he's talking about fortifying the lines, making sure that they secure the banks and make sure that there's no boats coming from up. And you notice a great heavy chain is lifted kind of like under the bridge. You notice now like you can hear and you can see it like pulled into place, like they're setting up. And he sees you coming, and he stiffens himself up and he approaches you and he extends a hand and he goes, "I am the captain of the guard. I am Thorak Valison, and I will be the ones to make sure you are equipped before you head on your little expedition."
Dern goes in and does like a big old handshake and goes, "Dern Rupa at your service, friend."
It's a pleasure to meet a fellow soldier out in the field. You are a mighty fine specimen.
I like do my usual step forward and I go, I'm Quill, and this is Lou, and I put Lou out in front. So he's a dragon, but he's currently a stuffed animal. But one day, maybe he'll be real. I mean, he's real, but he's not real. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, this is Lou.
And he nods and he goes, "It's a pleasure to meet both of you." And he looks around and goes, "So I am going to be ensuring that you have supplies. It's about a day's journey from here. Less for you, rekindled, of course. You can maintain a march better than we can, I'm sure, to White Summer. So I will ensure that you have your supplies and you're sent on your way. And I'm very, very excited that you are here at my little establishment."
Dern nods and goes, "We have a long journey ahead of us. We must make haste." Dern
I don't know that spell.
Dern is feeding off the bravado from this gentleman, so I can just kind of see like a feedback going back and forth as they're both just getting louder.
So should we give you two a moment and I mean, you can have your time.
Well, excellent.
I mean, you both of you, like, I think if either of your spines get any straighter, you're gonna snap things.
It is of course the most important that the captain of the local guard keep themselves presented well.
Alrighty then.
Well, you've
Whatever-
done very well. We'll make sure that the High Magister knows that we were greeted very well, and now we would like to go.
Of course,
Yes,
of course.
and
Is this guy
all
asking
your
for
buttons
Yelp
are very
reviews?
shiny.
Sorry, you guys talked over each other. Shiny, and then what did you say, Mac?
I said, is this guy asking for Yelp reviews?
Effectively, he might as well be. Like, it's very clear that he's like making sure you know he's in charge around here, and if you need anything, you can talk to him, and he will ensure that you are perfectly taken care of.
Noted.
And if the boss asks, he did a great job.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Don't you worry. We do need to go, though.
Excellent. Just so you are aware, when you come back, you will have to pass through here. Just make sure you check in with us so we know that you're taken care of and that there's no injuries. The wilds can be, of course, very dangerous, so I would want to ensure that you are safe before you return home.
Turns back and goes, I need to make sure we write something for this man. Only if there was a way or somehow we can inform people, like some kind of review service.
I think you go in and ask to speak with his manager.
Actually, I do have a question for you.
Of course.
We've heard many things about the forest being dangerous. What would you say is the most dangerous thing about the forest? And please don't say the forest.
Oh, I would say the laughter that comes from the trees.
I always love it when a tree has a sense of humor. It's just
I don't
the
think
greatest.
it's the trees that are laughing. I think it's something in the trees, but none of my men have managed to ever see or capture whatever it is that's laughing. So just if the trees laugh at you, do you believe in gods? Because I would ask them for intervention. Because most of them.
So
I have a god.
That's good.
I'm sure she's very nice.
Oh, they are.
So
it's been like a hare, and it's got a unicorn horn. It's wonderful. You might know them.
So
Actually,
maybe
have you met? Oh, and she gets very distracted and is just like, so his name is Ektiarn, and yeah, should probably be in this somewhere around the court.
Never met them, but I'm sure they're great at parties.
Oh, I'm sure they are. They're wonderful.
So when you say laughing, now is it like, ha ha ha, that's a funny joke, or is it like, I'm gonna eat your liver?
It's never spoken. So it's.
I just mean in like the tone of laughter.
No, like somebody's told a joke and they're trying not to giggle, but they do manage to giggle a little bit.
All right, I'm not as worried. I'd be more worried about like the liver type one.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Most people that hear it, well, not all of them survive. So I'm sure if you hear it though, you're rekindled. You're of course strong. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Well, they are.
Where do we stand?
He's a fairy.
Who go missing? Are they missing their liver?
Mostly stabbed. If I'm completely honest, stabbed might not be the right word. Like something. Yeah, I guess stabbed might be kind of the right word.
Impaled.
Impaled. Clawed. Mauled. Mauled would probably also be a good word to describe what happens to anyone that we manage to find when we find bodies. Truth be told, the men have taken to, if they hear it, just running, which is what I would encourage you to do.
Charlotte, I have a question.
Of course.
Charlotte, if I plug my ears, am I fine to keep walking forward?
Oh, no, whatever it is will still kill you if you cover your ears. Several men tried that. They put pillows over their heads and thought it would solve the problem. At least we assume that's what happened because we found them disemboweled with the pillows on their heads.
Okay, so it's not like an intern inside your mind kind of thing. It's like
no, it's very real. It's very
so
real.
you would by chance like someone have a painting of the pillows on the heads? Because that just seems funny.
Well, no, they're like.
Sortain goes, all right, well, it's time we get going.
I turn to Agnes and I go, I don't want to go into the woods anymore.
Don't worry, you and I will talk to the trees, and everything's going to be just fine, right? I heard about you in that forest, by the way. Hoots is filling me in on all the details. You are doing splendidly. Let's go. And I loop my arm, and I'm like, let's go.
Okay.
But yeah, we start heading towards the forest, my friend.
So you follow a path that winds along.
Oh my gosh, sorry, but we are absolutely those jerks. He's like, let me help outfit you, and we're like, we're fine. We are 100% those jerks that are like, we brought
You show up to the camping trip and somebody's like, we got you guys backpacks, and you're like, oh no, I already shopped at the Mac.
We're not putting on a good face for rekindled over here. We're just like, no, we brought our stuff. I don't know what you have, but we're fine.
So you follow an an unmaintained road, that like leads to the edge of the forest, and from the forest, the trees are fantastical. Like if you look at them, you can see some of them have like fallen over. Many of them would indicate that they are centuries old, just with how large they are. But some that are like knocked over, and you can see the rings, they're maybe 20 years old. It's as if they just sprung into existence, and then so there's a large amount, and then there's rings. So it's basically like one giant solid piece of wood, and then rings, as a normal tree would start to grow. So these trees just popped into existence. There wasn't a forest here, and then there was.
This is what we heard.
Yeah, they are mostly trees. Like as far as you can tell, looking at them, but it's like not the kind of trees you would normally find together. It is a smattering of every type of tree you have ever seen, just popped down. Like
It's
somebody,
like the gardening department exploded.
yeah, basically, like somebody looked at a book of trees and went, "Yes," and those are the trees that showed up. There's a large collection of them. Sorry, go ahead.
I feel like Agnes looking around and be like, "Oh, look at all the babies! They're big babies."
You're a big baby.
And you're little.
Wander down the path. It like just ceases to be a path, like a paved, maintained road. It just becomes like a dirt path that you can walk along, as though there had been a road here at one point, and somebody just casually wiped it away. And people kept walking the way the road used to be, leading to a trail that has been carved out, but it is no longer a road. And there's like a very obvious point where it just unmaintained road, dirt path.
I think Dern, as we were like probably like a hour or two down into the forest kind of thing, probably uses his divine sense.
Okay.
Just to get kind of a feeling of what the area is. Like he takes like a deep breath in and just kind of sees what his senses give to him.
So
oh dear.
Somebody had a bad day.
Sorry.
It's good-ish. It's not inherent, like there's no evil behind it. But it's not quite neutral either. Like it's a slightly on the other side of good.
Not tumultuous, but like just
selfish.
For Dern, it would smell like an old pie. Still good, but you're not really sure if you want to eat it.
Dern's gonna eat the pie because, well, you know.
Now I want pie.
Yes.
So that's about what your senses get.
And as we're starting to get into the thick of the woods, I'm gonna cast Pass Without a Trace on everyone in the party.
Okay.
So I switch my wings into silent mode?
Yep.
Instead of buzzing, we just hear.
Okay, yeah. As you move along and your footsteps disappear behind you, if your footprints basically get kind of like wiped away as you walk along, the sun starts to set and night begins to fall, and you find yourself at a gentle creek. It's large, but it's slow moving. And you follow it for a ways, and it's like maybe ankle deep on all but foxglove. For Quill, I would say it's a little below the knee kind of thing. So it's not super deep. It's like decently wide and it's soft flowing. And you cross it at kind of one of the more shallow points, and as you follow it along, because the path seems to follow it as you go, it ends at like a very gentle waterfall as night begins to settle. So there's a kind of you're up on top of the cliff space, and then there's the waterfall, and it's probably like this little recessed bit, and you can see the trail, like somebody climbs down and then follows the trail, almost like there used to be a path down here that's also been erased, but there's still a very easy like slight incline that you can kind of like back and forth down, and it's maybe 40 feet from the top of this waterfall to the bottom, and it ends in just the simple lake.
Okay.
And this, I would imagine, is probably a good place for you guys to set up camp. Easy water, it's flowing, so you know it's pretty good. And again, no noticeable senses of evil still for Dun.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm getting some sounds of evil there.
Okay. Take a look around and start taking a look for some wood to make a fire and.
Yeah. Dern, I guess. Yeah. Starts setting up the camp stuff.
So at the top of the waterfall is probably the least dense space to set up. And there's plenty of dry wood around. As you get down, it's almost like a mist has kind of followed with it down below. So you guys can either set up top where it'll be a little bit easier, or you can set up down towards the bottom, up to you.
Well, I mean, the top has the view, right?
Yeah. A very slight view.
It's still quite pretty. Like the setting sun and the tree canopies, like it's still quite a nice little view.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, I think up top makes sense. We're right here, and then we're not trying to go down the little path in the darkness. That seems good for those of us that can't see in the dark. We can set up a little, and I mean we've got a bit of a high ground. This seems like it'll work.
Okay.
So set up camp and yeah, settle in for the night, I guess.
Yeah.
How do you guys want to do your night shifts?
Oh boy.
Ooh.
So, Fox, we haven't had a chance to talk about this. How are you in the dark?
Yeah, I mean,
Can you see farther than 10
ish.
feet?
I'm probably about as good as you in the dark.
Great. Okay, so Quill,
Yes.
well, you're the only one of us that can see, and I'm sure that Hoots would have a thing or two to say about us trying to make this work, but we're all just going to keep watching the dark. So I think you should take the middle of the night when it's just the dark,
Okie doke.
and the rest of us will just do our best. So I kind of like a chance to see some stars. So why don't I take the shift? Someone go before me and someone go after Quill.
Dern says that goes. I will do after Quill.
All right, that makes you first, friend. New friend.
Okay,
Fox
I go
friend?
first.
Okay. So Fox, your friends settle in for the night, and what do you do? The time is yours.
I quietly converse with Steve, so as not to interrupt everyone else, and just. So what do you got? I don't know.
It's image.
Yeah.
It's image.
Okay. Can I get a perception check from you?
No.
Over there.
I don't know if that's how that works.
Also, that's a persuasion check.
That's solid,
told
but
you-
as a DM, my natural passive anti-persuasion is 30. So okay,
That's
20, a natural 20.
See, I successfully persuaded you that I had good perception.
So, as you sit around the fire your friends built, watching, listening to the waterfall, you can hear the sounds of wildlife, crickets, and the sounds of birds howling about. You hear the hoot of an owl, and just kind of the general passing of reality around you. You also hear, shuffling, wildlife moving in the night, passing through. But maybe that was footsteps too. Small, not large, but could have been footsteps. And you listen a little closer, and the noise kind of fades into the background. And it's like there's somebody who was moving at one point, but they're convinced that you might be listening just from the way your head moves. And there's kind of a silence that falls. Just the animal noises return.
So, telepathically, I ask Steve to go check it out. Invisible.
Okay. Where do you send him?
Towards where I heard the noise.
So it'll be across the stream from you. It'd probably 70 feet. Okay. Can I get a perception check
From me or Steve?
from Steve?
Steve.
Yeah, Steve's got it.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
don't
gonna
worry about it.
I'm gonna try not to have to do that all the time, but at least once I gotta do it sometimes.
Oh, sorry, I actually do have perception with Steve.
Okay.
Yeah, Steve's got it.
As Steve crosses over, he sees a collection of small, almost dragon-like, but also kind of humanoid creatures that have like held up sticks and twigs and are very clearly trying to pretend like they're not there. They're trying to look like bushes. They're trying to look like parts of trees. One of them is literally holding on to a tree, has a stick extended, and is like pressed the whole way against the edge of this tree. They're all bark colored, so like they're should be naturally quite stealthy, but you've caught them off guard, and they are now in the active process of trying to pretend like Steve can't see them, or at least they're trying to pretend that you across the way have no idea that they're there.
So Steve in Sylvan says, "So, why are you guys camouflaged?"
Hold on. I don't know if they speak Sylvan. I'm trying to remember what languages they speak. All they hear is like Steve like saying something. They they kind of like you see their like Steve sees their eyes look around and they're like looking at each other.
So he switches to common
Okay.
because Steve can speak common.
Does he say the same thing?
He doesn't usually.
Steve can speak common.
Well, you don't know that.
So you try and like so you usually say like why are you guys camouflaged?
Yep.
One of them looks kind of like in the general direction of where Steve's like voice came from and goes, "Shh, you can't see us."
Okay. So yeah, he can't see us. Why are we hiding?
We're not hiding.
I thought we were hiding.
There's nobody here. We don't know what you're talking about.
It's just shh. Nobody hiding. Like they at this point know they're seen. They're just badly trying to convince Steve that he can't see them.
Yeah, and Steve is badly trying to convince them that he's one of them.
Okay, roll me a persuasion from Steve. I want. Okay, let's
Are these kobolds or what are they?
They're trees, obviously.
Sorry, you're right. I'm sorry.
They are fully convinced that Steve is also a kobold. And they go, "Oh, okay, okay." And they just don't move. So again, like they're pretending to be bushes, they're like pressed up against trees. One of them has like laid down in the mud and like done that like thing that bearded dragons do where they like wiggle around a whole bunch. And so he's like just like sunk a little into the mud, but like not far enough that he's actually hidden. It's just like a couple like maybe like a 2 centimeters of his belly is now like under the mud. And they're like
It's gonna take forever to get out of your fur.
Fur? Scales.
Scales.
We're hiding. Shh.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm confusing kobolds and who are the dog people? Knolls, yeah. Yeah. So, if they can't see us, why are we hiding?
Oh, we can't have them know we're here. Must watch.
But we are here.
But we're not here.
We're not here.
We're not here.
If we're not here, where are we?
It's not here.
Roll for existential crisis.
That's a wisdom roll, right?
For Steve?
Steve does not have an existential crisis. He fully is like, oh, okay. Like these
He knows
kobolds,
who he is and where he is.
yeah, and he has convinced a group of kobolds. He can see there is about 8 of them that are all like actively trying to pretend like they're not there.
So
They just think that Steve has done the best job of convincing them that he's in fact not there because they can't see him.
He is the best hider.
He's effectively like they assume he's in a tree somewhere. They don't know how he got up there so quick, but like he was doing good, and they're all like doing the like, well, okay, I see 8 of us, so there must have been 9.
And he's hiding so well they don't even recognize his voice.
Yeah, like he's just like, okay, he's doing the best. Like we must. That's good hiding.
So instead of hiding here, why don't we just go home?
No. Have to stay here. Have to stay here for 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours. We stay here
Why 2 hours?
because he comes, and then we get to go say hi.
He is coming.
Yes, he's coming.
What's he gonna do to them?
We go say hi. Same as always. Say hi.
Why don't we ever get to say hi?
Well, we do. We all gotta say hi. We just
no.
have to wait. We have to wait until he says hi first, and then
Yeah.
then we get to...
Why does he get to say hi first?
He's leader. That's how it works.
Yeah, but what if I want a turn getting to say hi first?
Oh, he wouldn't like that.
Yeah. So why does he get to be leader? Why can't I be leader?
Well, because he's the oldest. Oldest leader.
Well, I'm like almost 2,000 years old.
And they all kind of stop and they like look and they go, "What?"
The one in the mud, all your
Like his nostrils are out like a crocodile, but he's like talking into the mud.
Yeah, I mean the leader can't be that old, can he?
I'm gonna need you to roll me another charisma, like a
deception
2.
check.
deception check. Oh, okay. They just beat you. And when I say like just, they got a 3.
It's like, hey, you can't be 2,000 years old and be a kobold.
You know. And one of them rolls over, pulls something out, and pops it, and you see a flare go shooting off into the night sky.
Now, how loud is that flare?
The flare itself isn't loud. Like it's basically just like a trail of like fire, like basically a firebolt that goes off.
So all Fox gets from Steve is think I might have screwed up a bit. You might want to wake everyone up.
Freaking, this is my job.
Okay.
So Fox
come in pairs?
rouses everyone.
Hold on 1 second. Because I need to make sure I grab the right bit. So, here's the sequence of events that are going to happen. As you wake everyone up, I am going to need you to make a intelligence check. First.
All of us or just him?
All of you.
Darn.
Okay. Okay.
Darn got a 3, chat.
Quill.
Magnus
Okay.
got an 18.
Quill got a 5.
So, this is going to make things exceptionally challenging
For you or for us?
for me. So, how do I want to do this?
With flair and pizzazz.
That's Matt Mercer's
Jazz
line.
hands.
You're
I'm
supposed to ask us how we want to do this.
I'm gonna have to. Okay, we'll do it that way. So,
Yes.
Melissa and Fox. This is the scene you see.
Okay.
Dern and Quill.
I see a narrow sliver of light.
This is
There
the
we go.
scene you see.
We see more.
You see a beautiful, gentle lakeside.
Is that what that purple is? Water?
Yeah, it's a lake. It's a lake at night.
Okay. We're not swapped over on Twitch in case we need to be.
Oh, thank you. So, yeah. Melissa and Foxglove, or sorry, Agnes and Foxglove see this. Quill and Dern see this.
Okay.
Melissa
Must be nice
and
having night vision.
Foxglove, I'm going to give both of you a chance to break the illusion. So both of you, I need you both to roll me just a straight charisma save.
Wait, we were caught in an illusion because we had a high intelligence roll?
No, you guys don't see the illusion, but I'm giving you a chance to break the illusion for the other two.
Oh, and I rolled a 4.
Okay. And Foxglove will, never mind, doesn't need it. You go, you kind of like, you see the shimmer of like an illusion cast across the ground, and you go, that's not real. And it immediately fades.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
You guys are
It fades
treated-
for us too?
Yeah, so it for a second you saw a lake, and you know, Quill, from where you came out of the tent, maybe 4 feet away, would have been a cliff face that you wouldn't have seen because the ground looked flat and level from where you were.
I was wondering, I'm like, no, we camped up top. I know that we camped up top.
And you see, those of you that can, see the kobolds,
Yes.
and you hear it.
I think we should run.
Dern pulls out his hammer, like grabs his hammer as he gets up.
No time for hammers. Time to run.
I need you all to roll me initiative.
No, you need us all to roll acrobatics as we get or athletics. We get the fuck out of here.
17. I forgot
Hey.
to hold my thing. I apologize.
And I'm realizing I have forgotten to ask something. I'm not seeing the initiative bar.
Oh, on the left-hand side, there should be one that looks like a clock or like a stopwatch.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
You can also turn mine to a 5.
Okay.
So if everybody reselect your token, re-roll, and then update your number to your original initiative order.
Or
There we
just
go. Oh,
stick
that's
with
cool.
what's there.
Now, how do I roll initiative for NPCs again?
You have their character sheet open, and then select their token or the group of tokens you want affiliated with it, and then there should be an initiative button to the right of their proficiency stats.
Okay. To the right of their proficiency stats, you said?
Yeah, like up near
there
their
it is.
name. Yeah. It's very small on the NPC.
To pop that out because it's in the way. And that popped out. Did they all? I see Hoots in there. That's not what I want. You're
Hoots
not
is
supposed to-
very far away. Hoots wakes up in the middle of the night. They're in trouble.
I sense danger.
Oh, that's because you haven't changed your display name. I don't think.
No, I've got one of the kobolds has shown up.
Oh, weird.
They all go
Hold
at
on.
initiative 3.
All of them. We're gonna die.
I don't like this.
Okay. For some reason, they're all rolling as a 3 and not showing up for me when I try and roll.
Can you select one separately and try? There you go.
Oh, there we go. That should be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's 8. I counted.
You're stressing us out.
I'm not stressed.
Oh, give me 2 quick seconds here. Ben is making noises and Selena is already asleep. I'll be 2 seconds, guys.
Who's Ben?
Ben is his dog.
Oh, I was like, they don't have a child yet.
Puppy.
It is a poopy.
Where did my Oh,
I'm going to take this time to go into my secret snack cabinet.
It's not that secret. It's right there.
secret snacks.
Secret snacks.
Secret snacks.
Oh, I just awoken the beast. My cat was immediately like, "You got snacks?"
That's it.
Cass, don't throw your butt to the camera. Come on now. That's rude.
Thanks to everybody joining us here tonight. We are about to engage in battle.
Maybe. I still want to run away.
Nah. It's kobolds. How bad could it be?
Well, several of us will be engaged in battle. One of us will be running away.
Yeah, we could really use you.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be doing a combination of the both, running away and then engaging in battle.
Excellent. And then I saw a way to go descending. Okay.
Oh,
So, nope, Dern, you're in there twice. I'm gonna give you the higher of the two. Okay. And combat begins. So one thing, Melissa, how do I make a token invisible to you guys?
You can right-click it and move it to the GM layer.
No. What are you hiding? Don't do this.
But then
I'll kill you.
anytime you want to move it, you'll have to change your view over to GM so that you can select it.
Okay, no, all good. So the creature in the back, which looked kind of for a moment like a dragon, it's gonna disappear. It just turns completely invisible. And that's its turn. This
And just
kobold.
because curious minds want to know, can you still see it on the turn tracking order in your view?
Yeah, I can still see it.
Oh, we can't. That's awesome. Didn't know that. Thank you.
I don't like it. But I do see a weird little man.
And then, so this kobold is going to go 1, 2. So the water will count as difficult terrain. So he's going to make it to about there. And he's going to pull out his little, like, sword. And it looks like a sword to him, but it's actually just a dagger. You're going to wave it around at you guys and go, like, you shouldn't have been here. And that's its turn. Quill, it's your turn.
I call out as I'm pulling my bow out, I don't want to be here. And you
Okay.
said there's one crossing this river towards
Yeah,
me?
he's like in the like the middle there.
And he's clearly coming on the attack?
Yeah, so he's I don't know if you can see him.
He's coming right at us.
Yeah. Man, the light on this thing is weird. That tree is really fucking up my view. Do I have to rotate my character to change the light view? No, I don't. Why is the light so weird for me? I can see the lake from where I'm standing, and that's it.
Oh, I don't know why that tree is causing problems.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Just be
move over
glad you can
here,
see.
and I'm gonna shoot him with my bow.
Yeah, I don't know why that one's. Goodbye, tree.
Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I have a better idea. I'm going to cast a spell.
Okay.
Like a cool boy. I'm going to cast Hail of Thorns.
Okay.
So the next time I'm hit a creature with a ranged spell, the effects will happen. I'm going to shoot for the guy at the riverbed, right? It won't let me double click him, but the guy in the middle of the one with the bush below him, the purple bush.
That guy? Okay.
Yeah, that guy. I am going to shoot him with my arrows. And I'm gonna do that, but my spells are being weird. Okay,
What did Quill get for initiative?
5.
Oh, you have a 19 in here.
It should not be a 19. It says 5 on my screen.
Oh, there's 2 of you. I've been using the wrong one. You've already moved, so I'm just going to delete the 5, and we're going to go with the 19 that you've got for some reason.
Okie doke.
Okay.
Maybe I misclicked and it was a 19. I double clicked or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm going to shoot my longbow.
Okay.
Does a 13 hit?
That'll hit.
Dang well better because it's a kobold. Okay. When that happens, Hail of Thorns. Next time I hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack or before the spell ends, I create a rain of the thorns, and everything within 5 feet of it has to make a dex throw or take 1d10 piercing damage, or half as much on a successful one.
So I'm going to have him.
So first, that kobold in the middle is going to take 10 damage.
Okay. He is dead.
Okie doke. and then the other ones have to roll.
10.
What's the save?
Should be dex.
A dex saving throw
Okay, what's the save count?
for my spell save DC.
Yeah.
12.
Okay, so he doesn't make it. He definitely doesn't make it. Okay, so roll me the d10 for damage. Okay, so both of them are instantly stabbed through.
Are they dead?
That one is... Yeah, they have, like, no health. They're kobolds.
Well, I'm just saying. So they are dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good shot.
I love. It's the same reason when I play other races or classes. I like using ice knife. I like that little bit of splash damage. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, and I'm just gonna hold my ground.
Okay. You're dead. Dern, your turn.
Does Dern realize that we're fighting kobolds?
Can Dern see that far?
From the firelights?
Yeah.
Mayhaps.
Can you see the kobold that's crossing the river?
I would think so.
Okay.
Your character, so if you can see it on the map, then your character can see it.
Yeah. Then Dern does see that it's kobolds.
Yeah, so then clearly sees the kobolds.
Dern has a crisis of character almost immediately. And moves up to the edge.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately pulls out his hammer, shaking actually at this. And in Draconic, which I don't think anybody else here speaks. Does Quill speak Draconic?
You don't know what I speak.
I can't remember. I know it's giant. I know you have giant.
And
He
Sylvan.
hasn't told us. We don't know.
In a very different voice than Dern is normally uses, you hear in Draconic, which sounds rich, deep, and all that kind of stuff, but what he actually says is, "Big bad dragon, big bad dragon!" And he will frost breath just in front to scare them away.
Okay.
You just said big bad dragon?
Ha.
No, I'm a legitimate. I'm not making a
Yeah.
joke at the
Yeah.
the adult store. I'm asking a legitimate question.
No, legitimately, he tries to sound like he used to when he was a kobold, because the players know that he was a kobold. The characters may not. But Dern yells this out like big bad dragon, and breathes breath, trying to pretend to be like a silver or something that is not their same color kind of dragon. Literally trying to intimidate them away.
Can you give me a... can you give me, an intimidation roll?
Yep.
Also, what's the distance on that frost breath? Because you might hit the one in the river.
I'll hit the one in the river.
What's the
so
distance
you-
on it?
15 feet.
Yeah, you'll just
Oh,
clip
great.
him.
I'll just do that then.
'Kay.
There. 20.
Okay.
And frost breath, he needs to make a dex save, that one in the river. Or DC 13.
He makes it. He gets a natural 20 and makes it.
So he takes
Wow.
3 damage.
Okay. Okay, so... Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
That is my end of my turn, and he has his hammer out. But if you were looking closely, you would see that the calabash is shaking.
Okay. There's a kobold that was just out of the realm of engaging with that. It's gonna see you, Dern, specifically, and it's gonna make a sling attack against you. That's a 10. Does that hit?
That does not hit Dern. By
Okay.
the way, bonus action, shield out.
I really want to find a way to play a character who, even at like level 10, has an AC of somehow only like 10.
Agnes.
So you want to play a caster?
Agnes is going to come up to the bank of the river,
Mm-hmm.
and is going to cast Produce Flame on the kobold in the river.
Okay.
24 to hit for 3
That's
fire
good.
damage.
That's gonna hit and kill him for sure.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to place my hand on Dern's shoulder and cast Guidance.
Okay.
Can you please describe what happens to this kobold as it falls limp in this river?
So as the fireball hits it, like it was already like trying to like frantically dust the ice off of itself, and it's like, and it like gets
I'm
hit by
sorry,
the
I can't. Oh, sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
Sorry. Guidance is a full action. I can't do
Okay.
that. Sorry.
So yeah, it gets like hit by water, and then you just see its body kind of like slump against the rock. Like it's like in the water, but it's like limp and like just kind of like being beat against the rock as
Isn't
it's
this like
lying
a
there.
waterfall?
Yeah, it's a waterfall. So it got carried down, and it's just caught on the rock and can't quite go over the waterfall.
It's not a
Okay.
big waterfall. It's just like
The creek's not moving that quickly.
I do have to ask, did any of like the kobolds kind of get weirded out?
So that one did, and there's 2 that on their turn are gonna like step back.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Okay. Foxglove, you're good to go.
So I am going to fly up 30 feet.
Okay.
And I can't see anything. Like literally, I can see a sliver over here.
Why am I the only one that can see things?
There's a campfire. The campfire should be casting light.
Not that I can see.
The tree cover over on that side of the campfire is much different than the tree cover on the other side. If you pop over.
Okay, yeah. If I move like 5 feet, then I can actually see things.
Yeah,
the
come
tree's
on over.
acting really weird.
Yeah, come over a few feet.
Okay. So then I am going to take Kobold directly below me here.
Okay.
Directly south. And I am going to Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that should have been +3 force as well for
That's
agonizing.
Fine. It doesn't have enough health to put up with that. Like you watch the Eldritch Blast like make its way across the sky, hit it in the chest, and it just like bits of kobold.
Yeah, plus his body gets pulled 10 feet towards me.
Oh, good. So you have bits of kobold that like land
Dern's
in the
fucking
river.
horrified.
And then, because they landed in the creek, they drift off the side and go off the waterfall.
Again, Dern is very horrified at this.
Okay, is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're still alive, so you get to do something. It's gonna come up like this, and it's gonna sling at Dern. That doesn't hit. I know that. I'm not even gonna ask. This kobold is also gonna take a sling. This one's gonna be at Agnes. No.
Oh no.
They
That-
were more impacted by Dern's words than we thought.
Apparently. Which takes us back to our
Shaking in their cloth boots.
okay. Agnes and Dern. I need both of you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
7.
17.
Okay. So Dern, you cannot take reactions.
Yep.
And on at the beginning of your next turn, before you do anything, I'm going to need you to roll a d6.
Yep. Is it my turn next?
Hold on. Nope. It is going to be Quill's.
Oh, right. Quill got a 19.
Somehow. Koki dokie. Is this all there is around us? Can I feel anything? Do I is there more kind of hiding in the brush, or
Nope. This is as far as you can tell. This is everything that's left.
is that laughter still happening?
Yeah, you can kind of hear like an eerie, like echoing giggle.
Is it coming from a specific spot?
It's closer to you.
Can I tell direction?
Um,
Can I pinpoint a location of where it's coming from?
roll me a perception check.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Well, fuck you too. Well, okay. In that case, then, I'ma do what I do, and oh, you know what? Oh, that's an action though. And so there's a laughter going on.
Yeah,
Like-
it's kind of like a gentle like giggle. But it sounds like it's close to you, but you can't quite tell where it is.
Okay, I've shot my shot. I killed 3 things. I was happy about that. The rest of these boys, they're dealing with it. I'm gonna turn, kind of look all around, and I'm gonna use thaumaturgy. And in the trees around us, I'm gonna create my own laughing giggle
Okay.
that is laughing back at the thing laughing at us.
Okay.
It's like it's mimicking it. I don't know why I'm doing this, but Aquila's having a panic moment of things happen. He shot his shot. That laughing voice keeps happening, and he's freaking out. And the only thing he can think to do is to mock it. And then he's going to move closer to Dern, behind Dern specifically. And seems like a waste of a turn, but fuck it.
Role playing, man. Role playing. That's what this game is about.
You can't just
Dern.
attack every turn in D&D, guys.
Roll me a
D6.
d6.
I got a 5.
I shouldn't have gone behind Dern.
Quill doesn't know that.
I know, that's why I did it. Still,
I need you to make another DC 11 or DC wisdom check. And
we know it's an
you-
11.
Yeah. You
6.
Okay. You do nothing this round.
Okay. What kind of effect is this?
It's like you feel a gentle calm that has poured over your body. You're just chill. It's like the best high you've ever had.
Dern is picturing a warm Eberron sun. And there is laughter there
Yeah.
because his friends are with him. And they are running about in a marketplace. They have just stolen a bunch of food from different market vendors and they're running away from them right now.
Cute.
Is this a
love
real
it.
memory? And Dern is very dazed, and you kind of just see the shaking stop, and the hammer kind of just drop to his side. That's all you guys see.
Okay.
Question really
Slightly
quick.
dazed and confused.
Yeah,
Yes.
what's up?
Is it your hammer that casts spells, or do you cast spells?
During
Can it-
cast spells.
But can I pick up your hammer and use the calabash?
you
of
cannot.
spells?
No, you're not attuned to it. You wouldn't be able to.
And-
Okay.
From the did he actually drop it or just like
Think
What?
about it like he has a loose grip on it as it just kind of drops into the water, and it's just kind of bashing up against his leg.
Okay.
but still technically in your hand?
Yes.
Agnes, does a 19 hit? You feel a stone snap against like your shoulder, and you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage. You can see one of the kobolds. I actually don't know. Can you see across the river? I don't know how far you can see.
I can see across the river.
Okay, the kobold that's like currently the farthest from you had like just whipped a sling stone at you,
Okay.
which makes it your turn.
Which, in response, I'm going to wade out into the river a little bit till I'm approximately... Oh, I only have to take 1 step forward. Amazing. Take 1 step forward and send a good old produce flame that guy's way.
Okay,
15 to hit.
that's gonna hit.
It's for
That's-
4 damage. The +4 is for if I got the crit.
Okay. He like it catches like the little bits of like armor he's wearing. He's like, and puts it out. But he's clearly not looking good from where you can tell.
Now, the creature tried to charm me or do whatever it has done to Dern. Would I be aware of what was tried to be done to me and be able to just like say, "Wake up, Dern"?
No, you just sort of felt like a kind of like a little puff of air kind of move across you.
Okay, cool. Dern's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, Dern's just really chill.
Yeah. Just take a minute for himself. I understand that.
He's just gone a little blurry.
Yeah, I really have actually. My camera is not wanting to work with me right now. There we go.
Ryan, what's Foxglove gonna do?
So let's go for the guy furthest west.
Okay, this guy.
Yeah.
That's gonna hit.
For 4 big damage,
Okay.
but he also gets pulled 10 feet towards me.
Air, roughly. So yeah, he gets pulled forward and he stumbles into the river, and he's just kind of like the creek, and it's like almost like waist deep on him, and he's like, meh. And he's
And
like
I guess
holding his
that-
like sword up above his head.
Is this the one that was covered in mud?
No, the one who's covered in mud's already dead.
Oh.
And I would think at this angle he'd probably be pulled up just a little bit and just dropped into the water.
Yeah, not enough. Like it's more of an inconvenience. Like he just kind of like up a little and he's splashed into the water. And he's like, meh.
I don't want to giggle anymore.
Water wet. Why?
Now the question is, how cold is the water?
It's cool. It's not inconvenient.
Oh, okay. So this is not a Canadian stream.
No, this is like a south of England stream.
Mm.
It's
It's a bit
uncomfortable.
of a creek now.
Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Kobold, the only untouched kobold so far, is also going to take a slingshot at Magnus for a 16
That hits me too.
for 6 points
Agnes
of bludgeoning
is-
damage.
Squishy.
6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Squishy.
They don't like you, Agnes.
Got it. That's fine. I have never met a kobold before.
And then Quill, this one's going to take a snapshot at you.
Why am I no longer in the turn order?
You weren't in the turn order for us because he deleted the 5. You're on his order at a 19. So we just
Okay.
remember you're at
Oh,
19. for our view.
Yeah, which I don't know where the 19 came from because I looked back and you rolled
Yeah,
a 5 and an 11.
Oh, I've got a weird 19 that's here.
Doesn't matter. You're on
Yeah.
his turn order.
So that's a 17. Does that hit?
Who?
You, Quill.
Is he able to hit me behind Dern?
Yeah, he's got a line of sight on you.
Yes, the 17 hits.
Okay, so that's 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Dern. Oops, sorry, Quill. I didn't mean to move you.
Darn.
Sorry, I moved the wrong people.
I think I was there.
No, you were one back.
You were one north.
Right beside me.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah. Wisdom check.
No. Well, give me 2 seconds.
Oh, D6 probably.
You see, you're completely unbothered by it. A tiny dragon-looking thing sitting on your shoulder. And I'm gonna need you
Oh no.
to make
Oh no.
a
Oh no.
wisdom saving throw.
Oh yeah.
God!
Dern,
That's a 6.
in your ears, you hear, "Kill your friends." And you do. Now, on your next turn, you're going to attack Agnes beside you.
Man, this is way too reminiscent because I had a dragonborn I did the same thing to once.
Quill, your turn.
Oh. Okay. I don't. Would I have noticed anything with
You
Dern?
can see the dragon, and it's like nestled in the crook of
Wait,
Dern's
I can
armor.
see it?
Yeah, it's become visible now. So it's like in the collar piece of Dern's armor. It's nestled in, and it's like curled around, and it's got its head up near his ear, and it's whispering in it.
Has the laughter stopped?
The laughter stopped.
Okay. Quill's not dumb enough to not put that together. I still have a 10 in intelligence. I'm panicking. Quill sees this little thing pop up right as the laughter stops and goes, "Ah! This is the laughy thing."
This is the
But-
laugh.
But at the same time, it's a dragon. It's probably not a dragon, but it's like it's dragon-like,
It's actually a dragon.
like a dragon.
Like a dragon.
I move
It's a fey dragon. God damn it.
over to here, and in Draconic, I call out to the dragon, and I say, "Hi, biggest fan. We love dragons, best things in the world. Can you please tell me what you're doing here?"
It looks at you in a slight hour and goes, "You shouldn't be here." And it's both Sylvan and Draconic that it speaks at the same time.
Okie doke.
Talented.
I want everyone to know that I think I'm speaking in common.
Okay.
Yep.
And I kind of call back out to you guys in Draconic, and I'm like, "I don't think we're supposed to be here. This is not a very friendly dragon. I don't think it's a real dragon. I think it's like a different dragon." And I'm going to shoot it.
Okay, roll at disadvantage because you have to try and hit it without hitting Dern.
Cool. Before I do that,
And whatever the higher number is,
Mhm.
I will apply to Dern.
Ooh.
What do you mean?
You're
If
shooting a ranged weapon
Uh-huh.
at Dern. So, you're going to roll at disadvantage trying to hit it,
Uh-huh.
and whatever the higher number is, I will apply to Dern.
Cool. If I cast Zephyr Strike to give myself advantage on an attack,
it would negate out, but I will take the roll as hitting both. Because it's like in his armor.
cool. I'm like, I'm sorry, done, and I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike. And I'm going to give myself advantage, and I'm going to shoot. This is a panic. I'm not good in panics, and as a dragon, and I'm scared, and I don't know what to do. 21! Highest is a natural 20!
Dern, what's your armor class?
My armor class is 18.
Okay. So it's
You
going
have
to
this with the shield up.
Shield up is 18.
that's going to hit both for 8 points of piercing damage.
There's
16.
more.
Okay.
Because Zephyr
Because
Strike with
Zephyr
the
Strike,
advantage.
I can deal an extra 1d8 force damage on a hit. I'm gonna do it on the dragon.
Okay.
For another 5.
Okay.
But does Dern take double damage? So he just took 16. Because I
No,
rolled
I'm
a
gonna-
nat 20.
I'm gonna remove the. I was gonna apply the same roll to both.
Okay.
So because you were giving yourself advantage on that
Yes.
roll, you were getting the
Okay.
the 21.
Oh, so one time you don't want to get a friggin' nat 20.
I was confused too. I was like, what is
So
happening?
is this hitting both of them because the arrow's going through the creature into
Through the-
Dern?
Basically, it's hitting both at the same time. So Dern, you're gonna take 8 points of piercing damage.
Dern screams out, not expecting this. Like
Okay.
it's like a bass draconic yell.
Yeah.
As I do that, I say sorry to both the dragon and Dern. I go, I'm really sorry to both of you. I hope we can work this out, but I'm very scared. And that's going to be the end of my turn.
Dern.
Come at me, bro.
Don't say that. You will get crushed.
I live for these moments. Do it.
You're compelled to try your hardest to kill Agnes.
Oh, man.
What is your most powerful attack?
Oh, fuck. That's true. You would go for
Oh,
the most...
shoot.
Yeah,
Oh, I
you-
might not have a choice.
That's what I was saying. I was like, don't say bring it on.
Whatever. This is what it's
This is
for.
what D&D is. Is there no wisdom saves from being hit or hurt or anything like that?
Not this round.
In Dern's mind, in what's happening, it's that same marketplace. 5 small kobolds of different colors are running through the marketplace. A stall merchant hand comes reaching through, grabbing a small black kobold. Dern turns around. With what he has in his hand is just a small little stick or a club or something like that. Goes to whack the hand that is holding the small kobold.
Nope.
Does a 10 hit Agnes?
Yep.
The Kalabasha, all you see, Agnes, is Dern turn around and blue fire in his eyes as the Kalabasha streaks across where your head would have been. And you just see huge amounts of force behind that. As blood just from where he was hit with an arrow. Like there was an arrow in his shoulder,
Yep.
pinning a small dragon to him.
And it's like Agnes, because you can speak Sylvan, right?
I can speak Sylvan.
So
Yeah.
you can hear the dragon continuing to whisper as it's like going along. Kill your friends, kill your friends, kill your friends, kill your friends, kill your friends.
and you hear in Draconic, as this happened, was let them go, let them go, let them go. That's all you hear from Dern, as like you just hear Draconic coming from him. That's Dern's turn.
Okay.
I don't like this.
Dern is scary when he's attacking.
And as this kobold down here sees Dern take a swing at Agnes, so too is he gonna fire a sling off at Agnes for a 15.
It matches.
Okay. For 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Small little fucking dragons.
The
God
problem
damn
is that 5 continually, we don't have a lot of health.
Dern is the one who has the health.
No,
And
me
right
too.
now, he's attacking Agnes.
I have the second most amount of health in our group, and I imagine that Agnes is not having a good time right now.
So what has occurred? Because now it's my turn, I assume.
Yep, it is.
So what has occurred is there is a small pest. My friend seems to have an infestation. Goes to hit me. I get hit up the side of the head, and Agnes, who's usually so happy-go-lucky, is just like, I don't do front lines. And in a puff of cloud, she disappears from in front
Misty
of Dern,
step.
and Misty steps way
Away.
over here.
Fair.
It's like, hell no. And then
So you
I'm
just
going,
noped right out.
yeah, and then I'm going to guiding bolt at Dern, not specifically at Dern, at the dragon, but it's
Yeah.
gonna hit Dern, and I do care, but I don't.
Oh,
care.
how much damage
So-
did I take, by the way? I took 8.
8 last time, yeah.
That makes 20.
Not
Same rules
not
apply.
13.
How's
Fine.
force damage work?
I'm gonna cast it at first level.
So
Oh boy.
that
Oh boy, oh boy.
25 of a nat 20 hits Dern for what did that
Oh
be?
no, you didn't have advantage.
26 points of damage.
No, you didn't get the same rules I got because I gave myself advantage.
Yep.
And does not hit the dragon.
Okay, here's a question.
What? 26?
The
How did I-
disadvantage, because she's attacking a creature
Uh-huh.
on Dern.
Mhm. Oh, I know why.
Yeah.
I'm just repeating the ridiculous number of
The
health.
26 points of damage.
I don't feel bad for my 8 anymore.
So Dern, what's that put you at?
1 second.
Death.
It would have killed me, but I don't know where he sits at on health.
On a scale
I'm just
between
trying to see
slightly
if
dead
someone-
and completely dead.
No, you hit me directly with that attack.
Yeah.
Dern. Sunny day. Merchant grabs him instead and pushes him to the ground as Dern falls.
Are you down?
Dern is down.
Fuck! Oh no!
26
Why?
points of damage takes me to 0.
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
That was fucking brilliant.
As Dern drops, the creature manages to hold on and now is sitting on top of Dern. Ryan.
This is not good. He's our strongest.
I look directly at that little dragon. And just no. Not
No.
today. And I sent a spike into his mind. With
Psychic
Mind
energy.
Slipper.
She can see the target must succeed on intelligence saving throw or take 1d6 psychic damage. Okay. So I have to beat a 13, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to scroll back. How many second roll nat 20s has that been tonight? That is so many
That's
of
a
them.
lot.
Okay. That's 3 or 4 in a row by like everybody.
That's ridiculous. I don't even know if we
Oh.
had a nat 1 tonight.
Sorry, that's the wrong creature.
Hey, David,
Yeah.
roll a nat 1, please.
Yeah.
I've
Hi,
got
David.
good news for you.
Yeah, was it a nat
On a
1?
natural 1.
Fuck you!
It doesn't matter what he takes. The little dragon kind of squirms and twists and kind of screams out in agony. And
They don't have much health, I know that much.
yeah. Drops dead.
What?
Yep.
They don't have much health.
It must have been a pseudo dragon.
Yeah, you just have to hit him.
They're actually a dragon.
Yeah.
They are I believe they're called fairy dragon or something like that. Just speaking outside game a little bit, but
Sorry,
they're
Ryan, was that the end of your turn?
That's it, yeah.
Okay. Seeing there's fall. Nope. This kobold is just gonna turn and run. And runs off the map. Which leaves this kobold to do the same thing, just turns and runs into the forest.
Are they saying anything?
They just freeze and then they bolt. Oops. Quill, it's your turn.
Well,
I just need to pause here for a second. Holy shit, Agnes, that was a lot of damage.
Sorry. I am healing on my next turn. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine, but holy
So-
shit.
I'm sorry.
There's
So
one kobold left.
Darn is in the water.
yeah.
Down.
If I kill that kobold, we're out of combat, correct? And I can start doing other stuff.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, I'm just gonna shoot my bow at that kobold.
That's gonna hit and just square in the chest.
Yeah, I just seeing Dern go down, this thing kind of run. I just and I just let this arrow fly just straight to the chest. And as it's in the air, I know where it's going. I know my shot was true. The second it leaves, I knock it, I let it go, and in the split second, I don't even look where it lands. I turn and start moving towards Dern.
Okay.
And I just hear this in the back as I go to Dern. I grab the dragon like you would a snake right below its mouth, and I pull it off and hold it up in the air, and then I stabilize Dern.
Okay.
I need to run a medicine on that.
Yeah, let's give it a medicine check.
Have
Not
any
great.
Good berries.
No.
It'll be fine. I'll give that to stabilize him at least.
Okay, I kind of get his head out of the water and
Because yeah, Dern just went sploosh.
Yeah, you guys are out of combat.
I'm gonna cast Healing Word at second level. For 9 points of healing.
Dern, you have a healing potion, don't you?
I'm also a paladin. I can
Yeah,
give myself 15 points.
He just needs to be awake. I feel like I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna collect you up and grab the calabash and be like, "You okay, buddy?"
Dern,
I'm sorry.
Dern in this kind of weird half Eberron, half this world, in this weird kind of thing, sees like faces that he recognizes from Eberron disappear. And you hear like a few weird names in Draconic. And then he grabs Agnes and goes, "You're okay." Kind of seeing the last little bit fade, and then realize that he's holding Agnes.
It's like, hey, are you okay?
Yeah. Where
You,
are we?
I kind of go. I look at you. Oh, sorry.
No, I just want to say, took a bit of a fall there.
Sorry, light just died there for a second. Huh. Yes.
You were calling out a bunch of names. You're kind of mumbling to yourself. What was that? You okay?
I was in Eberron.
No, it was little dragon mind control.
Like Dern looks to the dragon
Just like
in Quill's
holding
hand.
this thing up.
Dern kind of just laughs a bit as he kind of just slumps down, and goes, "I'm not in Eberron. No. Thank you, France, for getting my senses back to me."
So what you guys would have seen would have been this.
I knew it.
Okie doke.
Sorry
So-
about that, Bern. I was trying to hit the dragon.
Agnes, you healed me. You did nothing wrong.
Yeah,
Turn
nothing
back
wrong.
on
And
the-
she like guiltily hands you every good berry in your bag. She's not looking well herself, but she's just like, just take the berries. Just take the
Yep.
berries.
Yeah, Dern's like, "Hey, I mean, I only need one." She's like trying to stuff it in down his throat.
She's like, I'm so sorry. Just eat the food, Dern. Just eat the food.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah. So I'm guessing I'm probably familiar with these things.
Oh yeah, you definitely would have recognized a fairy dragon.
So I let everyone know what the deal is.
Yeah. Can someone roll a perception real quick?
Of course. Not for me.
What about you, Dirk? Oh,
There's the nat one.
That one.
You're distracted.
Fox,
I got
can,
17.
You can see on Quill's face that he is currently crying. And trying to kind of
Is
like
there-
keep it under wraps.
That there little kitty. Not all dragons are good dragons.
And Quill breaks down when you acknowledge the fact that he is crying. As he was trying to like, kind of like move his face, like have it like seep into the fur instead of like coming down. And he's just holding this dragon and he just starts bawling. Like absolutely he's like first I hit my friend and then I kill a dragon
And what if this was like a test and I'm supposed to like tame the dragon or make friends with the dragon and the dragon's gone and now I don't gonna have anything with a good connection to the dragon?
This wouldn't have been a good dragon to tame. He was an asshole.
Dern stands up and just kind of not fully realizing the situation, just hugs Quill. And
I want an on-group hug Quill. I want a group
See?
hug Quill.
yeah.
See, Quill, you've already tamed a dragon, and I point at Dern.
and he kind of laughs through a bit of a cry and he's like,
But what if this is a bad omen for Lou and me?
No, it's a bad dragon.
Dern says, "Do not worry, Quill. There are much better dragons out there, and Lou will be one of them. But
I just
now, I need some sleep. I seem to get beat up in these encounters pretty badly. um,
Quill, not knowing what to do, is just kind of like slings it over his shoulder, and he's like,
I'm going to bury the dragon later on, tomorrow in the sun.
Dern looks to the bodies of the kobolds and goes, "We might have a small."
and I kind of turn to you again, and I go,
Why were you calling out about Big Dragon earlier?
I was trying to scare them. I was hoping that they might think there was a bigger dragon nearby.
Well, I mean, technically there was. You are bigger than them.
It's true. Dern smiles to Fox and goes, "You're very correct, my small friend." And then Dern goes over to his mattress and goes, "Poof!"
Did Agnes hit him again?
You just hear
I didn't do it!
snoring. And all you hear is snoring from Dern.
Okay. Are the rest of you gonna settle in for the night then? It'll basically this basically brings you to the end of Fox's watch.
"Yeah, so that starts
So it's
my
my
watch."
No, so it's Agnes's and then Quill's.
Agnes, then
Oh,
Quill,
okay.
then
Yeah.
Then Dern.
Dern.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Agnes is going to keep really hypervigilant watch and be feeling super guilt.
well, Agnes, give us a perception check.
Perception.
Oh.
19.
Okay.
She's like, I will not blink.
There is no noise, no other than the sounds of animals. It starts to settle back in. Your fight had scared a bunch of creatures off, but the noise has settled back from the normal bits of nighttime storytelling or nighttime behavior. Fire burns a little low. You know, you guys for some reason neglected it for a few minutes, and
Oh,
I will
really,
tend-
Mr.
I will
DM?
tend it. I will tend the fire.
and yeah, your the rest of your watch is calm and peaceful. Is there anything you want to do with it?
She had plans. She no longer has plans. So I will wake up the next one.
Okay, so it's Quill.
Quill would not have fallen asleep. It wasn't just for like that exhausted, sad sleep where you just like you pass out. So yeah, Quill kind of just looks at Agnes and gives like a half-hearted smile and goes to start his watch by the fire. And he's not paying too much attention. He's just kind of like hugging Lou close to his chest and just kind of like staring at the river. But I will roll you my perception of a 10.
Sorry, I was looking at a note quickly. Yeah, there's animal noises, like general shuffling about of insects and the hoot of an owl in the distance. But otherwise, it's oddly peaceful.
Well, peaceful outside. I kind of hugging Lou up tight, and I kind of like put him out like this, really close to my face, and I'm like,
I would never hurt you like I hurt that dragon, but everyone's saying he's a bad dragon. And if he's a bad dragon, that we're not supposed to be good with them because they're going to hurt people. But maybe he was just like a confused dragon or something. But regardless, I'm never going to hurt you that way, okay? And I won't let anyone else hurt you that way. So don't ever become a bad dragon because it would be very hard to let you be a bad dragon, okay? Thank you.
So you're never gonna let him down,
yes.
or
never-
desert him?
No, of course not.
Okay.
I kind of hug him back to my chest for the rest of my watch and just kind of like sit there hugging him probably too tightly as I finish my watch and I go and wake up Fox? No,
No,
Dern.
Dern.
And I wake up Dern.
Oh. Hello, Quill. Is it my turn for watch? Oh, I'm feeling a little better. It's amazing what good small amount of sleep can do you, especially in this world of D&D.
As I go to pass off the watch to you,
Mm.
I kind of go. I bring it up again, and I go. You were saying names earlier. What was that about?
I said I believed I was in Eberron. And Dern's just kind of getting himself ready for his watch and the rest of the kind of day because he will be waking up with everybody else. They were names of friends. Friends I miss. They were good. They were good.
Well, I hope that one day you can see your friends again.
I think I will.
I don't really remember any friends that I had before, so I hope that you can find them again. So
Dern smiles and goes, and if I do, I do. And if I don't, well, Quill, you, Agnes, Hoots, and the people we've met at the womb, and even Fox now. I have good friends here.
we'll be the best of friends.
I know we will. And Dern kind of gets up and looks at Lou and goes, get some sleep. And don't worry. There are good dragons, there are bad dragons. There are good people, there are bad people. And there are those in between. We just have to find the good ones. And he gets up and goes over to the fireplace. Or to the fireplace, to the fire. And throws the log on.
Can you give me a perception?
Of course. 16.
The early morning hours of twilight are starting to set in as dawn slowly begins to break. You start to see more light filter through the trees. Things start to warm up a little. And you begin to slowly awaken from the kind of calm peace. The animals begin to rouse from their nightly sleep. Day begins to break, but in this moment, it's just you sitting by the fire, your friends gently sleeping behind you. What do you do with the rest of your watch?
Duran's going to have a little bit of introspection, but he kind of looks for something that he can use as a shovel. And he starts to dig some small holes for what bodies he can find.
Okay.
And he writes in Draconic on like a little kind of sign kind of thing that basically just reads Soul of a Dragon. And he places it and he says a few kind of praying words to whatever gods listen, that may their next life be a more fair one. And then he sits down at the fire, his hands covered in dirt, probably some blood from cleaning or from doing this task. And he has one small hole left for the dragon that Lou may do it because it sounded like he wanted to.
Okay. And as day begins to break and our party rouses from their sleep, we must unfortunately end for the night. So, to those of you in chat, we're going to send you over to somebody else who might need a little bit of a friend tonight. Some other D&D players, some dad-themed D&D players. And with that, and a emotional and stressful time, we will bid you adieu for now.
Adieu.
And we'll see you on Wednesday. We'll have someone to, I'm sure, unpack some of this. And then if you cannot tune in on Wednesday, we'll see you next Sunday. Have yourselves a wonderful evening.
Goodbye.
I think I sent that over.